Good evening, and welcome to Mike Jesus Langer Presents. Tonight, a spooky sci-fi novella about the Metaverse, science, and Professor Egghead. Originally written in the spring of 22 and released in the summer of 22, Professor Egghead's Metaverse adventure is now back as one big jumbo video. If you want to help the story travel through the rusty pipes of the algorithm, make sure to comment EGG and smash that like button. If you'd like for our digital paths to cross again, you're more than welcome to subscribe. Big thanks to Juniper for the chapter art and to Sean Brodeur for voicing the Egghead Professor. Please do show them some love in the comment section below. With that said, I hope this story brings some discomfort into your evening. Wishing you a spooky night. I'm not laying on the floor of a Soviet-era housing project. My leg isn't broken. There is no snowstorm outside, my fingers aren't being eaten away by frostbite. I'm safe and sound on the soft living room carpet of my well-heated apartment. Everything I'm experiencing is a tailored virtual experience that can't do me any harm. It just doesn't feel that way. I don't know if anyone will ever read this. I don't know if I can even reach the outside world, but the hope that someone can hear me, that someone can help. It's the only thing that's keeping me sane. I test virtual reality experiences for a living, and I have been trapped inside of Professor Egghead's Metaverse adventure for what feels like at least a day. I don't know what corner of the internet this notepad file will land in, but if you're reading this and know how to get me out, or know someone who can get me out, help. I know everything in front of me is just an illusion of the VR headset and gloves, but with each moment I spend in this frozen hellscape, that truth turns more abstract. I've been working in virtual reality testing since 2017. My first job was at a startup operating from a makeshift office in the back of a coffee shop. There were 5 other people working with me, and we'd meet in the office to grab our assignments and talk work over drinks. The team was good company, and a good chunk of our workload involved neat educational prototypes and indie gaming projects, so the work was a blast. The company grew, and we moved to a shared office space, and after a particularly successful run with a big gaming franchise, we got bought out by a company that I've never heard of. Then we got sold off to another company that was a subsidiary of some other place that got eaten up by a merger, and so on and so forth. The handful of folks that I knew got shuffled around to different departments, my old boss retired to raise his kids, and my 2020 started off with utter confusion over who my new employer is. As far as I understand, we're currently a subcontractor for one of those big companies that are giving the concept of global democracy seizures. Virtual meeting rooms started taking up a good chunk of our workload around 2019, but by the time work from home became a legal requirement, they became the only thing we'd test. My life went from fun experiments with the form of virtual reality to a monotonous, ever-repeating cycle of boardrooms with architecture too conservative to be interesting. Occasionally the view from the window would be of planet Earth, and one would spend the afternoon wondering why any company would strive for super-villain aesthetics, but for the most part the work was mind-numbing and simple. I'd click a file, test the room for anything weird, and then click over to the next file, and the next file, and the next file. The work didn't lose any of its dullness, but a couple of months into the pandemic, it lost its simplicity. At first, the concept of a virtual office was a completely optional concept. We got an email announcing the opportunity to work from the office again. We all tried it out for a day, and then we went back to the much simpler and less awkward model of keeping all of our interactions in a company group chat. Then the company chat got shut down. Then we got an invitation to attend a virtual birthday party at the office, which, coincidentally, was held for the birthday of one of the marketing people that came up with the virtual office concept to begin with. There were tech reporters doing a feel-good story about virtual spaces during the pandemic at that party. They took a lot of screenshots and did a lot of interviews. By the next morning, virtual offices were considered to be the hallmark of Web 3.0. By the end of the week, they were mandatory for the whole company. "We're innovators and we have to lead by example," was how that email ended. A couple people added massive mustaches to their avatars as a sign of protest, but nothing came of it. We were all forced to return to the office. No more clicking files. Now we would pantomime office work instead. The whole office was of earth tones and simple furniture. Originally, the higher-ups provided a committee that would decide how the virtual office would be decorated, but those that were passionate about decorating could never agree, so the standard was kept. As a compromise, we were able to decorate our individual offices however we liked. All that I chose to do was to change the shade of the wallpaper to white and set the sun outside to sit in perpetual golden hour. My time in the virtual office was purely mechanical. Sorting files into cabinets and physically picking up projects to test soon attained the same level of mindless action that clicking files did. It almost felt nice to go numb in a room where the sun was about to set. It made the hours go by quicker. It's in this ever-repeating maze of boardrooms and manila folders that I found my virtual shackles. One day, right as I logged on to work, I found it sitting on the table. Unlike the baby blue of regular boardroom simulations, this folder was in a spotted dark red with a custom pukish yellow font. Professor Egghead's Metaverse Adventure. Educational. Ages 7 and up. Science. The font looked like it had been scrawled with a crayon by a hand possessing very little fine motor control. The thought that there might be something wrong with the file, that its strange appearance might serve as a warning, it didn't even cross my mind. I just booted it up, excited to see something new. Immediately, I was greeted by a chorus of chimes, pop-up virus alerts, and error messages. Something with that file didn't sit well with the system. The world was one giant red flag, and then, with a bassy thud, it went dark. What rose from the abyss took my breath away. A world of cement drenched in a perfectly rendered blizzard. Nothing but my surroundings looked artificial. I wasn't just looking at a replica of a Soviet housing project, I was experiencing one. A gust of wind made me squint my eyes. Goosebumps traveled up my body and settled themselves at the base of my spine. In most simulations, the avatar would shed its legs and float freely in the air. Rendering feet and having them feel natural was a task far too cost-intensive to undertake. In this simulation, however, my avatar was wearing snug dark jeans and white sneakers I picked out for him time immemorial. Shocked by my newly found feet, I took a step. The crunch of the snow beneath my feet was perfect. After what felt like a lifetime of bland offices, I had once again stumbled back to that place that made VR so exciting. The error messages dropped out of my head quickly. But the original rating of the project started to feel very off. Educational, ages 7 and up. Science. What I was walking through could have easily been some sort of virtual exhibition to commemorate the horrors of totalitarian states, but it certainly wasn't for ages 7 and up. Walking through the towering cement blocks wasn't a pleasant experience. In the shadow of those overwhelming walls of windows and cement, I felt small and powerless. I couldn't imagine a prepubescent having fun in such a dreary simulation. The age rating might have been off, but the scope of the world was jaw-dropping. No matter how far I walked, there still seemed to be more on the horizon. Every aspect of the experience was tweaked to perfection. The ever-present whistle of the wind, the rusted metal of the abandoned playgrounds, the texture of the discarded cigarette butts covered in freshly fallen snow beneath my feet. It was all leagues beyond anything I had ever experienced. I was already enamored with the world I was walking through, but the moment I noticed the face in the window, my heart skipped a beat. Staring at me from behind the glass of one of the cement houses was something one rarely sees in the world of virtual reality. An ugly face. She was either deathly old or really sick. Most of her face was covered in a heavy woolen scarf, but an angry, toothless scowl and hateful eyes peeked out of the shawl like fragile porcelain. She was looking straight at me, and she was screaming. I couldn't hear what she was yelling at me, but in between her shouts, she kept on pointing off in the distance. No amount of friendly waves from my side would calm the strange hag down. Whoever this woman was, she hated me. I briefly considered breaking down the glass door to her apartment block and seeing how extensive the AI of the project was, but looking up at the skeletal finger peeking out of dirty cloth, I decided to follow the lead of the designers. Clearly, this was a way of pointing me towards something particularly interesting in the simulation. I decided to follow the lead. It did not disappoint. I saw it the moment I entered the next circle of panel houses. In the midst of the coliseum of windows, there was a scab of smooth cement that coated what was once presumably living space. Whatever had happened to the apartment block was covered up with a mural of a young soldier with his chest puffed up, looking longingly into the unknown. I walked towards the mural to inspect it closer, but once I passed by what looked to be a brutalist take on the concept of an elementary school, I saw the structure directly in front of the mural. A burnt-out husk. From the little Cyrillic I know, I could make out the name. Hotel Rusalka. Its doors were wide open and begging to be entered. I was so excited to explore the hotel that I found myself in a light jog. The moment I got past the burnt threshold, however, I stopped. I could smell the ashes. Even though there was no conceivable way that I should be able to smell anything in virtual reality, I could smell the ashes of a long burnt-out fire. Removing the headset felt like ripping off my head, yet the moment I was back in my bedroom, the world seemed considerably more normal. I sniffed at the air. Nothing was burning. I checked my pulse to make sure I wasn't having a heart attack. I wasn't. Physical movement in the early VR experiments made a good chunk of the population nauseous. Their eyes were certain that the body was moving, but the inner ear was pretty sure it wasn't. The human body does not know how to make peace with this cognitive dissonance. Mix a couple brain wires up, and the next thing you know, you have people vomiting in their wastebaskets. That was the only explanation I could think of for why I was able to smell the ashes of Hotel Rusalka. Mixed up brain circuitry. Something subliminal that gave off the illusion of smell. Fascinated? I put my headset back on. The stench of the burnt hotel was gone. No matter how much I sniffed at the air, the only thing I could smell was the plastic of my headset. I shrugged the whole ash affair off. There were plenty of other interesting things in the lobby of the Rusalka. The whole space was filled with trash. Individually rendered, unique pieces of trash. The plastic packaging crinkled beneath my feet. The empty liquor bottles shattered into 1,000 pieces when I threw them at the walls. I could tear apart individual strands of the old newspapers lying around. Everything I could see was an interactive object. I spent a solid 5 minutes sitting on the floor and playing in the trash like an infant from a documentary about poverty. Once my fascination passed, I carried on through the hotel. I would never set foot on the stairs I had to take to get to the Rusalka's second floor in real life, but the virtual world made them an exciting adventure. The halls of the hotel, much like the lobby, were rife with world building. There was graffiti on the walls, doors to some of the rooms were kicked out, rubble was cleared out in the corners as if they had once served as a camping spot. The abandoned hotel breathed with past life. From the corner of my eye, I saw movement. Something dashed into one of the rooms. I immediately followed. The window of the bedroom was boarded shut, but I could see a hint of the soldier mural beyond the wood. Pressed up against the wall was a scorched bed frame covered in wet straw and plastic bags. In front of the makeshift bed, also primarily made up of plastic, was a trash pile. Something inside of it stirred. Without much thought, I reached inside and grabbed the creature. A rat. I was holding a perfectly rendered, squirming rat. Its paws scratched incessantly, and the rat's frothing maw kept on trying to bite into my cartoon hand. Uncomfortable and somewhat curious about the physics of the world, I threw the rat at the boarded-up window. The wood didn't crack. Instead, the rat hit the wall with a thud and fell limp on the floor. It left behind a dent glazed in blood. Watching the digital creature twitch on the floor didn't feel good. The simulation had crossed the line. It was able to cross a line. The unmoving rat corpse filled me with both disgust and fascination. I was about to leave the bedroom when I heard another rustle. Something was moving beneath the makeshift bed. Once again, letting my curiosity lead me, I reached beneath the bed. My hands blindly tapped against the dust and dirt, but eventually my fingers brushed up against something smooth and warm. Switching from controllers to gloves provided a lot more options in terms of tactile feedback. I've definitely ran across rough and soft and fluffy objects before. Even a sense of weight can be replicated with the right vibrations. But I had never encountered something warm. I was far too preoccupied with the temperature of the object to consider whether it was a good idea to grab it. When I finally saw what was in my hands, I panicked. In a split second of shock, all I had managed was a scream. Then, in blind instinct, I threw the creature out of the window. The oval goblin, unlike the rat, broke through the plywood boards like a cannonball. I walked to the window to get a better look at it, but by the time I could see the world outside, the creature had scattered off into the snow. All it left behind were small, wobbling footsteps. A bead of sweat traveled from my forehead to the bridge of my nose and then slipped into my eye. An oval creature of dark burnt meat and red-hot glowing eyes. When I held it in my hands, it babbled to itself, completely ignoring me. It was like a little egg-shaped infant, but this baby had pin-like teeth. Another sound, a louder sound, came from the hallway. Someone was shifting around furniture. "Hello?" I yelled. "Is someone there?" Footsteps. Stomping footsteps came from the hallway. "I come in peace," I yelled, feeling a quiver in my voice.
"What is the meaning of this?"
A shrill voice rose from behind the wall.
"This is a place of science, not a fancy hall of pleasure where everyone can come and go as they please. What are you doing here? Explain yourself at once."
A walking nightmare wobbled into the room. He had the face of a man, but it was stretched out over an egg-shaped body. Over his absurd form, he wore an unbuttoned lab coat and nothing else. His eyes were huge and bloodshot and desperately tired, but his enormous mouth moved with absolute rage.
"I am Professor Egghead, the Archduke of Science!"
The creature screamed, his strange shaftless genitals swaying with each word.
"I am Professor Egghead, and I demand answers!"
I opened my mouth, but no words came out. The naked insanity of what was in front of me was just too much. For a moment, I considered leaping out of the window of the hotel to escape, but then I remembered where I was. I was in my living room, wearing a headset and gloves. I was safe. I was safe and curious. "Sorry," I said, unable to meet Professor Egghead's mad gaze. "I was just exploring."
"Exploring?"
The professor screamed, thrusting his half-naked body towards me.
"Exploring? Are you a ship in the Chinese Imperial Fleet finding new lands? No. You are 1,000 years late. Everything has been explored already. You are no explorer. You are a liar. A liar and a spy."
The Eggman had riled himself up into such a rage that he was stomping. As short as his legs were, they were powerful. With each stomp of his stubby, uncut feet, the room shook. "I'm sorry, Professor Egghead. I'm not a spy. I was just curious." The stomping stopped. The Egghead's giant mouth tightened.
"You pronounced my name correctly,"
he said, smiling.
"Everyone either butchers it of its simplicity or worse, calls me a mister. I did not spend 17 years being the academic equivalent of a towel boy to be called a mister. Finally, I am given the respect I deserve."
"Nice to meet you, Professor Egghead." As if he just realized, the professor started to fiddle with the buttons on his lab coat.
"I apologize for my lack of clothes. I was in the middle of important academic research and I work better in the nude. This is not very academic of me."
His stubby little fingers couldn't work their way around the lab coat.
"Wait here. I must put on something more appropriate for guests."
The Eggman stretched himself through the doorway, but the moment he was back in the hall, he turned around. His face had attained absolute blankness.
"Do not leave,"
he said, looking past me.
If you leave, I will be angry. Very angry.
With that, like an egg-shaped ballerina, he turned around on his heel and stomped off into the hallway. Not wanting the creature to get angry again, I stayed put. The thought that I was standing in an avant-garde mislabeled horror game made the wait somewhat bearable, but eventually my attention span started to get the better of me. I peeked out of the hallway, trying to get a better look at the rest of the burnt hotel. In the blackened corridor, another pile of trash moved. Out from beneath a filthy rag, 2 red-hot coals stared at me. That gentle smell of ash was back. Beneath was a lingering hint of phosphorus.
I hope you are not thinking of running away.
Egghead said, wobbling up from behind.
No one escapes the company of Professor Egghead.
He screamed, and then laughed as if he said a joke. His lab coat seemed filthier than before, but his strange body was now covered with suspenders, a bow tie, and a puke-colored shirt. On his child-sized feet, he wore filthy leather shoes that seemed to have walked through a war. With his face still void of any emotion aside from exhaustion, Professor Egghead extended his hand. "My name is Matt," I said, bending down to shake.
I will not remember your name,
Professor Egghead said, grabbing my hand between his grubby fingers.
My gigantic brain is already overflowing with important equations.
The moment he touched me, I felt a joy of electricity run through me, a rush of shivering numbness that shot from my arm to the rest of my body like burning Christmas lights. The professor's eyes were suddenly full of lively mania.
I will now show you something. I will now show you something that I have been trapped with for longer than any tenure should allow. I will now show you something, and you do not get to say no.
The world beyond Egghead's spherical face hushed out into complete static. All I could see was the nightmare and his angry stare.
No one can escape the company of Professor Egghead.
I had enough. I wanted out. Yet no matter how hard I pulled, I couldn't get the headset off my face. My fingers were completely numb and my wrists refused to hold. The sharp static frothing in my bones made it impossible to focus. The headset wouldn't come off. I wanted to believe that I was just laying on the floor of my living room, having an overreaction to some brain circuits crossing, but my physical body felt impossibly distant.
All my life, people have laughed at me. They said my research is not important. They mistook me for just another shrieking academic. But they have never witnessed what I have witnessed. They have never gazed deep into the realm of the unexplored and found themselves in danger they could never understand.
Beneath the heavy blanket of static, I could feel a suggestion of movement. I was being dragged through the filthy floor. The professor was taking me across the hall. The world started to sharpen. I could see the silhouette of Professor Egghead kick down a door with a discomforting show of force.
They didn't understand, but you will. You will see. You will witness the reason why I spend each and every waking moment of my life in the laboratory.
My vision emerged from the murk of dizziness. Immediately, I regretted being able to see again. Professor Egghead forced a grisly sight upon me. In the corner of the room, infused into the burnt walls of the Hotel Rusalka, shivered something demented. Up until then, everything I saw in the simulation was pixel perfect, but the creature I was witnessing refused to properly render. My eyes saw a mess of polygons lacking any texture or lighting, but something deep in the circuitry of my brain saw something else. Unearthly fear surged through my body. I was looking at something patently wrong. I would go mad if I didn't look away. Gathering all my strength in my right fist, I swung at the Egghead's eye. With a yelp, the nightmare stumbled back. In an adrenaline-fueled haze, I clambered up to my feet and assessed my surroundings. The Egghead didn't drag me far. On the far side of the hallway, I could see a freshly unboarded window and beyond it a familiar mural of a soldier. I ran for it.
You assault me in a house of science? You dare use force against me? You will come back to me right this instant, apologize, and gaze into the flesh! I demand to be understood! I demand for my suffering to be comprehended!
Dozens of red-hot eyes watched me as I ran through the hallway. From beneath the piles of trash, stubby hands with delicate fingers reached out for my shins. It wasn't just the Egghead that was after me. He wasn't alone. When I reached the window, I jumped out without a second thought. It was a 2-story drop, and I didn't feel a thing, but the moment I tried to run further, I regretted my decision. My own legs were standing firm on my living room floor, but the legs of my cartoon avatar did not look good. From beneath the clean blue jeans, a patch of red around my ankles started to bloat. I had the trot of a wounded animal, but I was still moving away from the nightmare I had witnessed.
No one escapes the company of Professor Egghead!
The nightmare screamed from the window of the burnt-out hotel.
No one!
He continued to scream, but a rush of wind drowned him out. I just kept on pushing forward through the storm. My injured shuffles left behind a trail of blood, but the snow came down thick enough to cover it. I shambled for as far as I could, and when my feet would move no more, I knocked out the glass door of this apartment complex. And now, I'm here. My VR interface has been hobbled, my developer tools are disabled, the simulation can't be restarted or shut down, and, worst of all, whenever I reach for my headset, my wrists go limp and I lose all feeling in my fingers. I am trapped inside of Professor Egghead's Metaverse adventure. All that remains is this notepad file. All that remains is this notepad file that can't possibly get me out of this nightmare. I keep reminding myself that I'm actually lying on the floor of my living room, but it doesn't help. My brain might be certain that I'm wearing sweatpants in a heated apartment, but my eyes are seeing something else. A pixel-perfect world of snow, blood, and broken glass spreads out in front of me. When I stand up in my living room, in my bare feet, I can feel the softness of the carpet on my soles. Yet my eyes and ears deceive me. I'm wearing snow-drenched sneakers and there are shards of glass on the floor. When I step on them, I can hear them shatter. Even on the softness of the carpet, I can feel the broken glass crush into transparent sand. The second floor fall made my right leg drag and bleed. I'm far too terrified to roll up my jeans to check the damage, but I don't need a degree in medicine to know that it's bad. Luckily, the legs that I feel are still the ones standing on soft carpet. My virtual elbow is bloodied from a successful battle with the panel house's glass entrance, but I also don't feel it. The only thing I feel are my frostbitten fingers. My hands are red and swollen and in the shape of claws. After a couple of minutes away from the blizzard, I have rediscovered the ability to move my thumbs, but all other motion that I provoke in my hands is sluggish and numb. My developer tools are completely disabled. There's no shutting off the simulation. I have tried for all means possible to remove the VR gloves or the headset, but it's impossible. Taking off the gloves in the real world is akin to trying to rip off my skin in the simulation, and if I reach for the headset, my wrists turn limp. The blizzard beyond the broken glass howls and the sun starts to set. All of the doors in the hallway are locked and the elevator refuses to work. No amount of pacing through broken glass can get me out of the simulation. I turn creative. Past the Soviet hellscape in which I stand, I try to visualize my living room. I try to visualize where my desk is. I say a little prayer and then slam my head into the desk in an attempt to dislodge the headset. The moment my forehead meets the table, a primal scream escapes my throat. It doesn't feel like I just banged my head. Sharp, hot bolts of agony run down my spine and explode out into my limbs. The carpet I fall onto is soft, but faintly, ever so faintly, I can feel the fine edges of broken glass. It takes me more than a couple heavy breaths to wipe the pain from my eyes. I hold out my frozen hands to soothe the ache in my forehead, but my wrists refuse to cooperate. I scream. I scream like an animal trapped in a snare, and all the frost-covered world of cement replies with is echoes of my screams. The fear of being trapped in this terrible virtual reality nearly drives me mad, but then, with a gentle chime, my spirit soars. Upper right corner of my vision, a message alert painted in bright neon green. Simon J. is online. The rest of the company chat tools are invisible, but swiping at the alert pops up a conversation tab. I point my clawed finger to where the record message button usually is and pray. A gentle click in my right ear lets me know that the software can hear me. I ask Simon to immediately contact someone from management and get me out of the simulation. I make my request slowly and clearly to maximize my chances of rescue. Yet when I am met with nothing but silence, my pleas lose their veneer of professionalism. I scream. I scream and beg for help, but my cries are not answered. Not by Simon, at least. A rock flies past my head, breaking what's left of the glass entrance. Shrill screams in incomprehensible language follow. A hag carrying a burlap sack emerges out of the blizzard. She is completely deaf to any of my apologies or pleas for help. She simply screams and screams, and when she is close enough to reach me, she swings the burlap sack at me. I do not feel the impact, but the hit sends my digital avatar to the ground. She swipes at me with sharp nails that peek out from beneath her rags, and when I'm too far to reach, she spits at me. I know she's just a collection of pixels governed by code, but that knowledge refuses to stick. With the fury of an exorcist, the old woman continues to scream. She jabs her fingers at me and then points to the broken glass. She stomps and spits and threatens me as if she were real and as if I had truly harmed her in some way. For the briefest of moments, I feel guilty about breaking down the door to the complex. I even try to apologize again, but the hag simply curses me once more, unlocks the heavy wooden door, and disappears into her apartment. When the door to the apartment closes, I feel the gentlest gust of warmth on my hands. It gives me goosebumps. I try to take off my headset once more, but my wrists go limp again. My descent into despair is swift, but it is paused by a chime in my ear. New message from Simon J. The bright green beam of hope reads, "Hey Matt, I'm just putting the kids to bed right now. We'll listen to your message when they're asleep. Hope you're well, dude." I scream again. I scream multiple messages dissuading Simon from putting his kids to bed, but none of them are seen. My voice doesn't steady for a while, but when it does, I send Simon one last calm message telling him exactly what I need him to do. Contact management, boot the simulation in administrator mode, and eject me. Half my hope for getting out of this snare is the belief that escape will be simple. Beyond that thick wooden door, I can still hear the hags raving, but the screeches are no longer a sermon. Another voice is answering her calls. A dark voice that grows progressively angrier and angrier with each response. I shovel away from the door, but there's nowhere to hide. The dark voice is carried by heavy footsteps to the other side of the door. When the door of the apartment slams open, I feel a rush of warm air on my hands. I try to run, but I can't. In front of me stands a Mongol giant wearing nothing but a towel. His skin glows red, and a cloud of steam follows each of his striding movements. His eyes narrow. The veins on his massive neck stretch out like lightning. He swipes at my face with his massive paw. I do not feel the impact of the slap, but it lifts me off my feet. When I land on the floor, I can't feel the softness of my living room carpet anymore. All I feel is crushed glass. I feel no pain, yet the slap takes its toll. The right half of my vision is shaky and unclear. The giant lets out another battle cry and reaches to hit me once more. In an impotent effort for self-defense, I grab one of the rocks the hag threw at me. The stone bounces off the giant's pectorals like a ball of crumpled newspaper. He doesn't even register my missile. The red-skinned giant simply grabs me by my shoulders and throws me out into the blizzard. My digital avatar tumbles down the steps of concrete, but all I feel is the snow on my aching palms. Towering above me, the giant screams and starts to make strides towards the broken door. The hate in his eyes and voice leaves no room for negotiation. He wants me dead. I climb to my feet and start to shuffle deeper into the blizzard, knowing full well that the brute moves faster. Just as I start to make peace with another imminent assault, however, I hear the giant howl behind me. He clutches his bare foot. Even though the rest of his body lost its color in the face of the frigid wind, his foot is blood red. A jagged piece of broken glass juts out from behind the giant's thumb. Soon enough, the hush of the blizzard washes out the angry shouts. Soon enough, the hush of the blizzard is all that is left. The terrible cold returns back to my palms. My hands turn back into shivering claws, and any willful movement of my fingers becomes impossible. I know I'm standing in a room with central heating and double-glazed windows, but I start to feel the furious fangs of frostbite seize the tips of my fingers. I press my hands beneath my shirt in an attempt to share some body heat. The VR gloves feel like dry ice against my skin. The question of how the temperature could transfer through the simulation keeps on nipping at what little sanity I have left, and I let it. In the face of that frigid cloud of white, I need something to occupy my mind. I trudge on through the blizzard in search of shelter. After the slap, it's difficult to look up to the right, but I still see Simon's name. That neon green beacon of hope has descended into a subdued yellow hue. Simon J. Away. His face is a mystery, but I have distinct memories of Simon being one of my co-workers back when we would get our assignments from the back of a coffee shop. I don't know how many kids he has or how old they are, but I do recall that he would mention his kids a lot. I pray he remembers me more than I remember him. I trudge on through the blizzard, fueled only by hope that Simon's children will soon be asleep and that I will soon be free. That hope carries me through the torrents of snow until the wind finally passes. The air is still unbearable, but whatever chill left with the storm is quickly replaced by the setting sun. The windows of the cement houses light up much brighter than the street lamps on the road. Simon J. Away. In those windows, I see silhouettes of people. Unnerved by the idea of being observed inside of a simulation, I make another attempt to remove my headset. My wrists go limp once more. I keep praying that Simon's children are fast asleep. Simon J. Away. The sun fully sets. The world is dark and I'm being watched. My abdomen is completely numb from the virtual reality gloves and my throat starts to grow sore. I try to remind myself that I'm actually standing in my living room and that it's all a simulation, but my brain doesn't know how to make sense of that knowledge. What I can make sense of, however, is the fact that beyond the simulation, I am a man. I am hungry. I need to eat. The ice pack that I'm holding against my vital organs can't be good for me. A cough scratches its way out of my throat. Simon J. Recording. The moment the icon turns green, all worries of prolonged exposure disappear. I consider myself saved already. New message from Simon J. The bright beam of hope reads, Hey Matt, so I've just started listening to some of your messages and, is this a prank? I feel like there's a reference here that I'm missing. Let me know that you're okay, please. It's not a prank, I scream, and then, steadying my voice, I send a second message. I've booted up a file that turned out to be malware and I am unable to exit the simulation or even take off my gear. I don't know what is happening, all I know is I want out. Please forward this message to management and then boot up the file through administration mode. Your department should have access to that feature. Thank you. My voice shakes from the chatter in my teeth. Another cough snakes its way through my lungs. Before I have a chance to record another plea for help, the green beacon of hope lights up again. New message from Simon J. Alright, sorry for the delay, Matt. I've forwarded your memo and I'm plugging in. Should be with you in a moment. Gotcha. Now, just to run this as an administrator and... Silence. Simon? I ask. My voice echoes through the silent blocks of panel housing. The sky has turned completely dark. The figures behind the curtain stand perfectly still like statues. Another cough escapes my throat. It too echoes. New message from Simon J. The green light flashes in the corner of my eye. So I've tried booting up the file remotely and it refuses to work. Track you down in the virtual office and tried booting up as an administrator on site, but that won't work either. Not sure what I'm dealing with here, but just give me a couple of minutes, I'll suss it out. Before I have a chance to respond, my tie to the outside world is severed. The bright green icon of hope simmers down into a shapeless gray box. Soon enough, all trace of Simon's name disappears. I'm left alone in the simulation. It's just a couple of minutes, I say, out loud. My words turn into nothing but wisps of steam and echoed syllables. My words of self-soothing bounce through the concrete walls until the world goes completely silent. It stays silent. It stays silent for what feels like a minute, and then, out of that silence, comes a horrible, howling sound. An air raid siren, a single cutting note strained too far. The warnings come in bursts, but the echo of the housing projects makes the howl eternal. It's just a couple of minutes, I say, out loud, again. My voice is lost in a hollow groan of the siren. The silhouettes behind the curtain start to disappear. The lit up windows go dark. Off in the distance, I can see an imposing silhouette of a bridge. I don't know whether hiding under it is a good idea, but I convince myself that it is. Shivering and terrified, I shamble my way to shelter. I try to remind myself that I'm standing in the middle of my living room, but that thought refuses to stick. The soft carpet beneath my feet feels impossibly distant. I cannot hear the crunch of snow over the deafening silence, but each step that I take in the digital world feels undeniably real. The light of the street lamps flickers and strains until it finally goes out. I am left in a world of darkness and cacophony. The sky is without stars or moon. The bridge which was my destination turns from a vague silhouette into an unrecognizable part of the abyss. The world is completely black and the sirens are deafening. I blindly push on, but my resolve soon breaks. I stop and I sigh and my eyes well up with tears. The air raid siren has dragged any concept of time into the realm of the absurd, but I know it's been longer than a couple minutes. I reach up my hand to wipe the tears from my face, but my wrist goes limp. Out of a wretched sense of powerlessness, I scream. The scream is nothing but the vocalization of a trapped animal, yet as if it were able to hear me, as if it took pity on me, the air raid siren goes silent. The howls and my screams bounce across the cement housing for a couple more breaths, but then the world turns dead once more. I can smell again. I can smell the virtual Soviet hellscape I am trapped in. The air carries the tinny scent of a nosebleed. New message from Simon J. The green light leaps out of the darkness, nearly blinding me. Hey Matt. A familiar voice speaks out of the darkness. So it's very much a good news, bad news situation. Good news, even though I wasn't able to access the file through regular channels to eject you, I have been able to get it into debugging mode. The file seems to be self-updating and is running live, but theoretically, I can mess around with the code. Only theoretically though. Bad news. Matt, I have no idea what language this script is written in. There's 0 line breaks, syntax looks completely unhinged, and what's worse, it's written in Cyrillic. The information starts to wrap itself around my head, but before I can reach out and reply, something else grabs my attention. Off in the distance, beyond the bridge and beyond the city, I hear a second siren. From far away, the siren is almost a whisper by the time it reaches the echo chamber of cement, but its tone is considerably darker. Goosebumps shiver down my spine. Please, is all I manage to say. That terrible stench of blood strengthens and clamps down around my throat. I see the outline of the bridge again. Faint blue light shimmers in the sky. I can try forcing some ejection code in. Maybe a hard restart of the simulation will bring back your developer tools. Might take a couple of tries, but I'm sure we can get you unplugged. Don't worry. Please, I squeak, looking off into the ever-brightening horizon. Quick! Beyond the bridge, there is a forest, and out of that forest come pulses of bluish light. With each pulse, that light spreads further and further. With each pulse, my heart quickens. Matt, did that do anything? The whispers of the siren turn into words. Matt, how about this? The deep pitch of the siren starts to rise.
No one
Darn, okay. Let's try a restart. A hauntingly familiar falsetto squirms between the panel houses. Matt, are you still there? Yes.
No one can escape the company.
Nothing worked? No.
No one can escape the company of Professor Egghead.
In a glorious shout, the forest explodes with blinding light. The rush of energy hits me like a stroke. My whole body flashes with a terrible chill, and a web of agony spreads through my right leg. The pain that I had avoided from the fall, from the punch, from my tangle with the glass door, it all collects reparations. I fall on my soft living room floor, but all I feel is gravel and snow. When I climb up to my feet, the pain almost renders me blind. Do you see a phone booth? I blink. The forest is still shining with energy, but the pulses are turning sluggish and weak. I barely see it past the blur of pain, but when my tears slide to my cheek, the gentle yellow light shines through. A phone booth. Yes, I yell. Phone booth! The phone booth isn't close, and each step is agony. All the newfound bruises on my body drain me of any energy. I try to focus on moving slow and staying sane. Good. Unexpected, but good. The booth is more of an inside joke than a security measure, but picking up the receiver should shuffle you to another project in your queue. It's going to be easier to lift you out of there than whatever this, Professor Eggman thing is. Egghead, I correct him. Right, Simon responds. Let's hope that the booth works. The sky goes dark once more. Each step is followed by sharp breaths strained through my teeth, but I start to feel safe. The light on top of the phone booth shines out for me in the snowy darkness. There's hope to be found in the promise that escape will be easy. I find faith and it eases my pain, but then I get greedy. As I pull my broken leg through the snow towards the phone booth, I look back. I look back expecting to find nothing but darkness, nothing but a reminder of a place I would never have to see again, yet instead, I see burning coals.
No one can escape the company of Professor Egghead!
Out of the darkness, marching in pairs, there's a dozen familiar red lights. The same creatures I had witnessed at the Hotel Rusalka are following my trail. Their little feet move much faster than mine. Help! I scream. Eggheads! I scream. Simon delivers a message in reply, but I do not hear it. With every shred of strength that I have in me, I force my body into a sprint. All I can hear is the beating of my heart, and somewhere deep beneath that racing thud, my screams. My entire being burns with torment, and the tears in my eyes dissolve the path, but somehow I stumble my way inside of the phone booth. The snow around them melts into muddy puddles. With the zeal of a disobedient toddler, they stomp in the dirty water, turning it to steam. The burning eyes of the creatures look like the work of the devil, yet the eggheads sound like children. In polysyllabic bursts, the monsters babble and stomp and stare. Is it working? Simon asks. I look away from the egg creatures and reach for the receiver. All I hear when I press the phone to my ear is the babbling of the monsters outside. I open my mouth to tell Simon I'm doomed, but before I can vocalize my despair, I hear a dial tone. It drags with the tenacity of thunder. My body becomes weightless and the world is whisked away. Blue. All I see is tranquil blue set to the tune of elevator music. At first I have no arms or legs or face, but they slowly render in. My broken cartoon body shivers into virtual reality and the elevator music keeps on playing. There is no green beacon of hope. My developer tools are still unresponsive. Out of the tranquil sea of blue, a logo of a famous supermarket chain emerges. Real shopping from the comfort of your home, reads a bright sign below it. The elevator music softens into a whisper, and the infinite plane of blue drifts apart like a mirage. I stand in the middle of a giant grocery aisle, shivering and beaten. Simon? I ask. There is no response. Only quiet elevator music. I stare down at my shaking cartoon hands. They're red and swollen, and near the tips of my nailless fingers, the skin has turned blue. I try to form a fist, but my digits refuse. They curl up into a useless claw and continue to shiver. I try to remember what my living room looks like. I try to feel the soft carpet and the central heating beneath my bare feet, but I can't. I am no longer a man wearing a VR headset in the comfort of his own home. I am a cartoon character, beaten and frostbitten, shivering in a simulated supermarket. I cry out for Simon again, hoping that my ties to the world of the real haven't been completely severed. All that I am answered with is the gentle hum of the ever-present elevator music. I scream and my voice echoes through the impossibly long shelves of produce. I scream and I am hopeless, but then a cough rattles through my chest and my mind is seized by a primal force. I might look like a cartoon character, but the pain I'm feeling is real. I need shelter. I need warmth. I need medicine. Off in the distance, I see the red glow of warmth. Each step towards my instinctual destination is filled with agony, but the closer I get, the more my resolve strengthens. Beneath the droning elevator music, I can hear the burn of a heater. Before I get close enough to recognize the source of the warm light, I smell it. Rotisserie chicken. My fingers refuse to cooperate as I rip the bird carcass from its place, but eventually, to my great delight, I manage to get my claws into the oven. The warmth feels like a soothing balm on my flesh. As my skin turns hot and my hands pull away from the burning coils, another thought starts to sliver through my cartoon skull. I can't remember the last time I ate. My stomach groans with longing. The discarded rotisserie chicken has gotten intimately acquainted with a puddle of melted snow by my feet, but it makes no difference to me. I rip off its still warm flesh and stuff it into my mouth. Even past the numbness in my fingers, I can feel the grease. Even through my stuffed nose, I can smell the familiar mixture of herbs. Yet when I bite down on the digital bird, all I am met with is a hollow bite. I fill my mouth with meat. I consume an entire limb of the chicken, yet my stomach still feels empty. The realization that I am unable to eat produces another scream from the depths of my throat. Along with my wails, chunks of cooked flesh leave my mouth. The hopelessness doesn't last long. Soon enough, my hunger is buried beneath more discomfort. I'm shivering. The snow has turned to water and mud and soaked through my clothes. Each step is agony, but I drag my cartoon body across the endless rows of cereals and hygiene products and batteries until I spot a glowing yellow sign on the horizon of shelves. Clothes and accessories, it reads. I make my way towards it, shedding my filthy rags like a worm forcing itself out of a cocoon of cloth. My cartoon body is genderless and sleek, yet my skin is reddened and filthy with exposure to the elements. Putting on fresh clothes, albeit virtual ones, makes me feel more human. The winter boots I snatch off the shelf insulate my feet, but it doesn't take long for them to get wet with blood. The fresh pair of jeans I pull on are reddened almost immediately. I do my best not to look at the wound on my leg. I do my best not to think about the logic of infections in this simulated world. I take a long sleeve white t-shirt off the rack and use it as a towel. Then I grab another one and don it. My body still shivers with cold, and the black sweater I snag further down the aisle doesn't help much. I consider an additional layer of sweater, but my cartoon eyes wander to something more appropriate. In a case all on its own, with a gentle golden light dividing it from the rest of the store, I see a dark blue heavy-duty winter jacket. It's covered in pockets, has the detachable hood, and looks like something an Arctic explorer might wear. With the memory of that frozen Soviet hellscape still fresh in my heart, I reach past the golden barrier and grab the jacket. The moment I grip the puffy arm of the coat, I nearly fall over from shock. Bright green neon letters flash before my eyes and swallow up the whole world. Please wait. Our virtual assistant will be with you in a moment. I scream in shock and fall into a display case of hats. Like a child hiding beneath a blanket, I shove my head into the jacket and hope to be spared from that blinding neon light, but the letters follow me into my hiding spot. Please wait. Our virtual assistant will be with you in a moment. The letters hold and shine and shiver in their brightness, but little by little, they start to dissipate. Soon enough, I am left with nothing but faint outlines of the words. Soon enough, I am stuck in the darkness of a winter jacket with only my strained breathing to keep me company. Then, a cheery voice breaks through. Hello! I see you're attempting to purchase a jacket that is also available as a special edition NFT. At no additional cost, you will be able to wear this jacket to your favorite virtual hangouts, concerts, and even some select multiplayer experiences. Would you like to purchase this jacket as an NFT? She stands above me with hazel eyes and perfect teeth, a fellow cartoon human. She wears the supermarket's signature blue vest and her name badge reads Sally. I beg her to let me out, to stop the simulation, to let me go free. I beg and reach out with my crooked fingers to the simulated cartoon woman, but she does not understand my pleas. She just blinks, waits for me to finish, and then says, Sorry, I didn't get that. Would you like to also purchase this jacket as a limited edition NFT? She blinks again, awaiting my response. Yes, I say, getting up. By the time I'm on my feet, the display case of hats is whole once more, as if I never fell. There's still a tightness in my jaw, but moments after I put on the jacket, my limbs stop shivering. Is there anything else I can help you with, sir? Nothing is more important than the satisfaction and well-being of our customers. She stares through me, but her voice is full of joy. Bouncing off of her optimism, I reach up to take off my headset. I hope, I pray, that perhaps by interacting with another section of the simulation I could have broken my curse. Yet my hopes prove hollow. The moment my hands get near my face, my wrists go limp. Send message, I bark, clutching at straw. I want to send message to Simon J. Sorry, I didn't get that, she blinks. Would you like to hear about some of the special discounts we have on selected products today? Open developer tools, I yell, hoping that some magic combination of words will allow me to leave the simulation. Restart, contact administrator, emergency, police, email, help me. Sorry, I didn't get that, she blinks. According to our customer insight, you have recently expressed interest in rotisserie chicken. Would you, perhaps, like to hear about some of our discounted goods at the deli department? No. The sedated music keeps on playing on. The blood from my leg starts to soak into my fresh socks. Bandages! I need medicine! Her eyes snap shut and then slowly creep open as if she were waking up from a pleasant dream. The pharmacy aisle is stocked up for all of your medical needs. Would you like me to provide directions, or would you like to be taken to your destination immediately? I can't walk. I point down to my crooked leg. The cartoon woman's eyes don't follow. She just stares at me with her immense smile. Her lack of empathy is uncanny. No problem. We're always happy to accommodate all of our customers' needs. Please take my hand and you will be transported to the pharmacy aisle. Her cartoon fingers are sleek and whole, and mine are not. The moment my clawed hands touch hers, they stop shivering. For a brief moment, the universe focuses down on the embrace of our fingers. The rest of the supermarket fades away. The pain in my legs and my face and my back and my lungs fades away, and all I am left with is the artificial warmth of her poreless skin. For a brief moment, I can feel my hands, my real hands, snared inside of sensor gloves. But after that brief moment of respite, virtual reality comes crashing back down. When we manifest in a pharmacy aisle, we manifest an inch above the ground. When my right foot makes contact with the tiled floors of the supermarket, I crumble to the floor in agony. The shop assistant just watches me writhe on the floor, smiling, waiting for me to finish. The pain does not subside, but my throat goes dry. When my screams finally come to a croaking end, the shop assistant blinks and smiles and says, "Sorry, I didn't get that. If you need any more assistance, feel free to just shout the name Sally, and I will help you in any way I can. Whatever the customer needs, I am here to provide." I crawl on the floor, and she watches me. With a bright smile, she stares in my eyes as I roll up my jeans and blindly pour disinfectant on my wound. I am no longer laying on my living room floor. I am in the depths of some capitalist fever dream, pouring hot fire on broken flesh. I crawl further and swipe bandages off the shelf. As I wrap the wound, I do my best to avert my eyes, but past the crimson of my cartoon blood, I see the jagged edge of bone. Moving it back in its place blasts away my sense of hearing and my vision. When the elevator music of the supermarket squirms back into my perception and the shivering blur of the medicine aisle sharpens, she's still there, standing in the center of the pharmacy department, smiling at me from across the shelves of bandages and laxatives. I see Sally. I crawl until I find a shelf of splints. The one suited for a leg is on shelves high enough to force me to climb, but I persevere. Through his screams, I pull the splint over the bandaged leg, and then, once my strength gathers, I crawl further still. Unable to reach any of the higher shelf painkillers, I settle for a bottle of ibuprofen. My frostbitten fingers struggle with the child lock, and much of the bottle ends up spilled on the floor, yet a handful of tablets end up in my mouth. I cannot feel them move down my throat, but I hope they will eventually provide relief. The primal urge to ensure survival starts to wither. I am far too tired to plan or scavenge. I yell out Simon's name a couple more times. I reach for the place where the VR headset should be, yet my situation remains unchanged. Exhaustion sets in again, but this time I have no will to force it to retreat. I take off my NFT jacket and fashion it into a pillow. The sleep I sleep is dull. I rest in a fevered state between waking and dreaming, with only the tired notes of elevator music as my compass. I see glimpses of life beyond the headset. I see sunny summer afternoons with friends and guitars. I see flashes of hikes, of Christmas, of family, of love. Drifting between dreams and the virtual world, I see glimpses of a life beyond the headset. I find myself strolling through a mall in the late 2010s. My heart is heavy with the loss of a dog and a particularly nasty job interview. I roam through the mall trying to make peace with a reality that feels far too jagged. There's been little time in my life for video games, but I've always held an interest in the medium. Passing by a video game store, I decide to catch up on the hobbies of my youth. The top seller of the week seems to be some game about hunting robot dinosaurs, and I see plenty of reanimated corpses of the franchises I played as a child, yet the shelves don't hold my attention for long. My eyes latch onto a hint of color in a sea of earth tone cover art. A juicy poster of bright dissected fruit stands in the center of the store. In front of it sits a headset and joysticks. I ask the acne-covered clerk whether I can try the VR setup. He shrugs and goes back to texting. I don the bulky helmet and travel to a world much less jagged and sad. Everything is colorful and loud and happy. I have no legs or arms or face. I am nothing but a shining samurai sword. Below me, a tranquil blue sea shimmers. Above me, the sun shines. I am nothing but a shining samurai sword, and all around me flies colorful fruit just begging to be sliced apart. Each cut of my sword is rewarded with bright numbers that add up on the scoreboard in impressive speed. The berries are filled with rich, goopy juice that explodes with each swing of my weapon, and when I manage to slice through multiple pieces of fruit, fireworks bloom on the horizon. I forget about my dog. I forget about being unemployed. I forget about the windy day outside. All I can think is, how can I make a living doing this? My cartoon eyes bolt open to the glare of fluorescent lighting. My limbs are numb from sleep and painkillers, and my throat is parched. The unbearable sting of thirst claws from my tongue down to the dry depths of my stomach. A couple rows of skin creams and sleeping aids away stands a fridge with drinks. Its gentle, cool buzz calls out to me like a siren in a salty sea. Without uttering a sound, I climb to my feet. My steps are slow, but they are slow with purpose. Each footfall still makes me wince, but I do not scream. I grit my teeth and I focus on the approaching salvation. When I touch the handle of the fridge, my eyes start to tear. The cool air coming from the machine, the delicious drops of condensation crawling down the sports drinks, with my priorities simmered down to nothing, I feel like a man in heaven. When I tilt back the cool bottle of energy drink, I cry tears of joy. It feels like, for a mere second, I can taste the electrolytes, but reality soon follows. My mouth is still a burning desert of dried spit. No matter how much I drink, my thirst cannot be satiated in the virtual world. Blue drink spills all over my new sweater as I scream in frustration. Again, my clothes are soaked, and in front of the refrigerated machine, my body starts to shiver. I close the cooler, walk away from it with steps that make me curse, and try to make sense of my chances of survival. I am a bruised cartoon man limping through a virtual supermarket, but I am also a man of flesh and bones standing on soft carpet in a cozy living room. It is not the cartoon man that is thirsty. It is my flesh and bone body that needs to be satiated. There's no telling how long I've been stuck in a simulation, but I know I won't last long without food or water. I try to remember the layout of my living room. My prolonged stay in the world of the virtual makes that a difficult task. I can loosely imagine where my television and couch are, but the rest of the space feels like an abstract illusion. It couldn't have been longer than a day since I saw them, but I fail to remember the color of my walls. I shake the nostalgia from my old life away and get down on my knees. My cartoon hands push around sticky tablets of ibuprofen on the supermarket floor, but faintly, ever so faintly, a universe away, I feel the strands of my soft carpet. Somewhere by the sofa, right by the lamp table, I recall a bottle of water. I pick the direction which feels right in my gut, and I crawl towards it. Through my crawl, I overturn a shelf of vitamin pills, but to my delight, my hands, a universe away, find the outlines of a couch. I let out a yelp of happiness and find my way to one end of the couch. There's no bottle of water there, but there is also no lamp. Adjusting my mental map of the living room, I make my way to the other end of the couch. When I get to its edge, I gently wave my hand in the general direction of where I think the lamp might be. I find it. I find it considerably closer to my hand than I presumed, and I send it crashing down to my living room floor. What I do not find is the bottle of water. My journey to the edge of the living room was barely possible in the confines of the supermarket aisles. An attempt to enter my apartment kitchen is out of the question. I am left in a pit of thirsty despair. As any semblance of hope for survival starts to leave me, I lie down. I remember the freezing world where I had met the horrible egg creature that caused all of my suffering. I imagine myself lying in the snow, watching the life leave me like puffs of steam from warm flesh. I cry, I scream, and then, when I have no more thoughts to think, I start doing snow angels in the sea of loose vitamin pills. My right thigh brushes up against something. Somewhere far away in an incomprehensible dimension, my right thigh brushes up against a cylinder of plastic. Immediately, my hand sees it. I bring up the object to my ear and shake it, about to hear its contents. Joy seizes me when I hear the swish of liquid, and my heart almost stops when my wrists go limp. The bottle rolls on the floor, but I leap on it like a blind, starving animal. Working the lid of the bottle makes my fingers feel like they're on fire, but eventually the top of the bottle loosens. The far-off hiss of escaping gas makes me doubt the contents of the bottle, but I drink it regardless. It's cola. It's cola, and the bite of the sugar and the fizz of the bubbles feels like an assault on my tongue. But it's a drink. I gulp on the bottle and try to focus on the fact that it's a liquid rather than thinking about the caramel pinch crawling down my throat. I gulp at the bottle and lose myself in the sheer ecstasy of thirst satiated. When the bottle of cola is nearly empty, and my hands raise above my head to drain it faster, the thought doesn't even cross my mind. My wrists go limp. What is left of the cola spills across my body. I manage to salvage a little bit of liquid from the bottle before it spills entirely, but it is a meager amount. Still, I find myself smiling at the simple prospect of not dying of thirst. I sit on the overturned shelves and try to assess the state of my body, but before I can make a conclusion about my legs, I am overtaken by another burst of joy.
Matt? Hi? Can you hear me?
It comes from above, like the voice of God. I scream yes. Like a raving maniac, I yell at the sky and beg Simon to let me out of the simulation. I promise him anything, everything. I beg with such ferocity that my sentences lose all structure, but my pleas are not understood.
Darn, okay. Looks like this only works one way. Can't hear you at all, Matt.
Simon's voice booms through the supermarket aisle.
But at least you can hear me. That's great. Look, there's been some, developments.
I stand up. Somewhere past my ragged form, it feels impolite to sit. The pain in my right leg is present, but manageable. I make note to grab some stronger painkillers.
So, I have no idea what sort of program we're dealing with here. Whatever, bug you were experiencing in this Eggman simulation transferred over to the next project in your workload. It might be a virus, or honestly, it might just be coincidence. I've spent a couple of hours with the code, and it's complete chaos. Constant randomization keeps self-updating. It's unearthly is what it is. Not even really sure how we're communicating right now, but at least this works. Things are mighty confusing, but at least there's some good news.
He pauses. I nod my head and smile as wide as I can. I want to hear the good news. I throw thumbs up into the air and yell, but I get no response. I stand there in silence, gazing at the fluorescent light-covered sky, awaiting good news, but none come.
Well...
Simon's voice finally booms.
It's not really good news, it's just news. Corporate registered the complaints and responded. Not that it's particularly...
His voice trails off. The lights on the ceiling start to burn my eyes. I walk back to my jacket and retrieve it off the floor and load a pack of sleeping pills and painkillers into its pockets. As I grab emergency supplies, I notice that Sally has gone missing.
Sorry, I was just checking up on something.
Simon's voice echoes through the infinite row of aisles.
So, management seems to have quarantined our testing pod. It means they know something is up and actually read the report. I was a bit worried they were just shutting us down to avoid a problem, but I see that they have already sent someone over to help.
I look around, as if expecting to see a friendly smile, but not even Sally's soulless grin is around. I shake my head at the fluorescent lights. There's no one else here.
Huh. That's strange. Let me just check.
The voice fizzles out. I am left alone. Even the ever-present elevator music seems to have faded away into a static hush. Another glance through the aisles just makes me vaguely aware of which direction the exit is in, but I am still certain I am alone. I look out into the human rows of chips and wine and razor blades and hope for supernatural aid. "Can I get some help, Sally?" I ask. The moment the name leaves my lips, I go blind once more. "Our virtual assistant is dealing with another customer right now. Thank you for your patience." The hot green letters are such a shock to me that I go crashing into a shelf of sun lotion. The rack smashes into the shelf across the aisle and sends bottles of creamy liquid sprawling over the floor. It's only once all the clatter calms and the neon letters fade away that I hear it. I hear a familiar voice.
I do not know where you have heard that name before, but I promise you if you ever repeat it again, I will physically destroy you. I am Professor Egghead. This is the title I am known under now, and this is the title I will be known under until the sun ceases to burn. Remember that, silly lie.
Through a gap in the shelf, I see Sally's lifeless grin. The moment I see who she's talking to, I get hit by another rush of adrenaline. Without a second thought, I start limping towards the exit. I feel no pain. My being is wholly focused on moving as quickly and as quietly as possible.
I'm sorry for the miscommunication, Professor Egghead. Your customer profile has been updated. Knowing the customer's preferred name and pronouns is important to us, and we promise to do better next time. Your recent shopping trends include dog food. May we offer you a 20% discount on a 30-pound bag of healthy puppy...
I have not come here in the search of dinner. I have come here in search of spies. A curious little explorer broke into my laboratory and escaped with scientifically invaluable knowledge that cannot fall into the enemy hands. Have you seen him?
The tunnel of shelves vibrates around me as I make my way to the exit. Above me, the fluorescent lights flicker, plunging the red exit sign in and out of darkness. The Egghead's voice, his mere presence in the simulation, spreads a manic energy through the world.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
You expect me to repeat myself?
A stomp shakes the supermarket. The fluorescent lights fizzle out and the world is plunged into darkness.
I have lectured within the depths of underground libraries. I have single-handedly solved the question of whether tomato is a fruit. I have debated with astronauts on the moon. I will not repeat myself to the likes of you. I will find this spy on my own.
The lights above scarcely flicker. All that remains as my guiding light is the burning exit sign. Behind me, I can hear the pitter-patter of flat feet. Somewhere out in the darkness surrounding me, there's another sound. A set of sounds. The shivering of metal. The squeaking of wheels.
Hello?
The egg-shaped creature calls, approaching my position through the darkness.
You know you can't hide and you know you can't run. Tell me where you are and I'll take you back where you belong. I might even forget how angry I am about you disobeying my scientific decree.
The exit is still impossibly far away. As I shuffle towards freedom, I hear more and more agitated metal in the distance. Through the darkness, in between the aisles of the supermarket, objects fly, leaving behind echoes of crumbling tin roofs.
You cannot escape your destiny. I have chosen you as my scientific assistant. And that is what you will be. You will help me observe the unobservable. You will join me on a journey down the cruel gullet of knowledge. You will do as you're told, and you will do so with the zeal of a young Newton. I have chosen you to aid me in my scientific pursuits, and you will. You will be my humble assistant because no one escapes the company of Professor Egghead.
The fluorescent bulbs snap back to life with the blinding tenacity of a spotlight. My vision scarcely clears when I am knocked to the ground by a rogue shopping cart. The metal barrow flies into the air and lands somewhere out of sight. My right leg sends another torrent of unrestrained agony shooting through my throat.
Oh, hello! There you are. There is my scientific friend.
The malformed scientist aggressively prances through the supermarket, spilling goods off the shelves with joyous giggles. I try to crawl to my feet, but the assault by the shopping cart has stripped me of any mobility that rest provided. I crawl on the floor like a wild animal, trying to escape the inevitable.
There is no escape. There never was, and there never will be.
The egg-shaped nightmare screeches.
You are in my And in my world, my word is law. Come, come. Enough time has been wasted. It is a sin to spend this much time outside of the laboratory. Come, come. There is science to be done.
Leave me alone, I scream, looking into the monster's crust-filled eyes. I do not want to be your scientific helper. I just want to go home. I want out of this stupid simulation. My words freeze the Egghead in his tracks. He stands just a couple feet from me, but the demented grin disappears from his stretched out face. All that remains is a bizarre, grotesque expression of bewilderment.
Do you not want to join me in my fight for a more educated tomorrow? Do you hold no love for the realm of science and research?
The Egghead's tired eyes burrow into me. His voice loses all trace of energy and joy.
Do you not want to be my scientific friend?
No! I scream at the nightmare. No! I want to go home! I want out! Please! I don't want to spend another second in this world! Please, Professor Egghead, let me leave the simulation! A brief smile appears on the Egghead's face when I say his name, yet it soon falters, leaving behind nothing but the brown gunk of spit on his thin lips.
Professor Egghead is scarcely wrong in judgment of character. Professor Egghead has always found pride in his ability to smell out the aptitude of science.
His wobbling advance resumes. The Egghead no longer prances or shoves goods off the shelves. He simply wobbles towards me, his lips in a tight gunk-filled frown. The smell of sulfur on his breath is undeniable.
Professor Egghead scarcely makes mistakes, but Professor Egghead is a scientist and scientists cannot deny the facts. I thought that by showing you my research, I could facilitate a grand partnership of knowledge. Yet I was wrong. Professor Egghead was wrong, and now it's time for him to make amends.
From inside of his filthy lab coat, defying the laws of physics, Professor Egghead produces a colorful mallet. At first, the object seems innocent enough, like something from a cartoon, yet the closer the nightmare gets, the more I can smell the noxious fume escaping his mouth, the clearer it becomes he is holding a deadly weapon. On the edges of the bright mallet, there are traces of his previous work, blood and viscera and clumps of hair.
You have seen too much, and when a civilian sees too much science, precautions must be taken. In the name of science, I declare you a spy. Spies with functioning frontal lobes cannot be allowed to live.
The Egghead raises his gore-covered mallet and prepares to deliver the killing blow. I beg for forgiveness. I cry out for Simon, yet all my pleas do nothing to waver the Egghead. His eyes are bloodshot and exhausted, and there is a manic force behind them. When the filthy weapon finally descends, I shut my eyes and force out one last cry. Sally! A flash of blinding light. My body goes completely numb. My nerves tingle with a restless sleep, and when they finally awake, when my hands start to feel, it's not the supermarket floor that they touch. Beneath my fingers are the soft threads of carpet. The skin around my eyes is irritated by sweaty plastic. Somewhere beyond my window an ambulance passes. The sirens get swallowed up by a metal rattling. The soft carpet of my living room floor is replaced by the wiry cage of a shopping cart. My body is uncomfortable and old wounds are starting to make themselves known, but I'm lying in a shopping cart rolling towards the exit. Physical assault, be it of customers or by customers, is strictly forbidden in both our real and virtual locations, Sally says, towering over the Egghead professor. I do not see her face, but the cheeriness has completely dissipated from her voice. The virtual shop assistant speaks with a threatening firmness reserved for dimmer establishments. The customer's physical safety is sacred during the shopping process. Our store has a zero-tolerance policy towards violence, and in accordance to that policy, you will now be asked to leave the store.
Do you have any idea who you are talking to? My theories have been compiled in tomes. Nobel Prize winners scream my name from their sleep. I am the greatest mind known to man. I am the supreme philosopher of science, Professor Egghead.
The scientist stomps his stunted limbs once more. The shelves shake and scatter and turn over. The wheels of the shopping cart jump from side to side, nearly spilling me out along the way, and the fluorescent lights flicker like fire, but one thing stays constant. The burning light of the exit sign. It grows red and true, and beyond it there is a poorly rendered parking lot.
I am ungovernable. My scientific mind refused to be constrained by your vulgar laws. I have committed research in markets all across the country and have received medals for my service. Don't ever ask me to leave a store again and get out of my way. I should be in my laboratory, working on invaluable research and not screaming at a dullard in a supermarket.
Professor Egg... The mallet hits her in center mass, severing her top half from her bottom half. Her cartoon body turns to a piñata of photorealistic viscera. I am too close to the exit to be sure, but even from a distance, I see the cheery grin hasn't left her face.
No one stands in the way of Professor Egghead. No one rejects the Egghead. No one can escape the company of Professor Egghead.
He wobbles through the gore, and he keeps on wobbling.
Turn your vehicle around this instant and come back. I refuse to waste more of my precious time on this wolf and rabbit game.
The wheels of the cart quiver one last time and then stop. The thought of trying to negotiate with the Egghead again rumbles through the insane recesses of my mind, but one look into the low polygon parking lot provokes an entirely different course of action. Out by the blocky copy-pasted cars and square greenery, I see a familiar shape. As if cut out and pasted into a wholly different world, I see a familiar telephone booth. I grab a hold of a nearby shelf and push my way towards the exit. The Egghead's legs are short, but he's moving at a steady pace. As I wrap my cartoon hands around the edges of the supermarket exit, I can hear his phlegm-filled wheezes. They disappear the moment I pull myself out into the parking lot. The push was meant to give me enough speed to reach the phone booth, and it does that and more. I hit the booth in a head-on collision. I feel no pain as I scramble to my feet. All I feel is the blood in my ears and the sweat on my back. Unsure of which parts of my body are still whole, I swing myself into the phone booth and pick up the receiver. The egg-shaped maniac waddles his way across the parking lot, but he's too slow.
No one can escape the company of Professor!
At first, there is nothing but the metallic hush of static. Then, slowly, ever so slowly, I hear a voice emerge.
Ma. Ka. O. H.
The syllables echo through the nothingness like ancient prayers, yet beneath them, comprehensible speech starts to rise.
Matt. Can. Me?
I try to look towards the source of the sound, unsure if I even have ears to hear with or a head to move. I don't. My digital counterpart is floating nothingness, yet the voice strengthens. Matt, can you hear me? I raise my arm, or at least I do somewhere off in the living room with soft carpet. I try to wave. At first only harsh static comes in reply, but soon I hear Simon. Ah, good. Great. Okay. Going to move you somewhere a bit more normal so we can talk. I think I know a way we can get you out of here. The static disappears in one swell pop, and I am transported into the middle of a conference room. I drop on top of the long mahogany table, and before I can even register my new environs, the shopping cart drops on top of me. The trolley is heavy, and I feel like screaming from its trauma, but instead, I look out of the window. Beyond the plexiglass, a majestic snow-topped mountain towers. It helps me process through the pain. So, good news, bad news, Matt. Simon's voice booms in my ears. I think I know how to get you out of the simulation. Thing is, it's going to take some creativity. My eyes are closed, but I can see. Far, far away, I can see the rough outlines of a man. My eyes are closed, but memory fuels my vision. There's a soft threaded carpet beneath the bare feet of that man. His clothes are matted with filth and his hands are covered with white gloves and a terrible plastic crown sits atop his head. He is blind, but I can see. The man moves his feet across the carpet, reaching out into nothingness. Slowly, out of the primordial hush of confusion comes the outline of a couch. The crowned man caresses the furniture into sharp focus and the rest of the living room starts to manifest around him. A television, a window, a dresser table with a broken lamp, a doorway to the kitchen. Somewhere in the distance, a tram passes. The living room smells of filth and sweat and misery, but that scent is easily ignored. The crowned man presses his palms against the wall and feels his way through the doorway. He notices his palms are wet. From what he does not know, he is blind. The crowned man grips the edges of the door frame and takes a step into the unknown. Cold tile meets his bare feet. He's used to the blindness of the living room. He never donned his heavy crown anywhere else, but the kitchen is a wholly different topography. Within 3 steps, he stubs his toe. It could be a chair, it could be a table, it could be the edge of a counter. He does not know. His outstretched hands grasp in the darkness, but they find nothing. In scared, shuffled steps, he moves through the vague world until finally, to a cry of joy, he finds the edge of the kitchen counter. Outlines, shapes, vague memories of where things probably are. A drunken vision of a kitchen breathes around a plastic king. He slides his hands across the counter until he meets blocky plastic. The espresso machine. The espresso machine with a dent at the water tank and a metal grating on top. On his descent, the plastic-crowned man spills a can of coffee beans, but his hands keep on moving. A bit more, kitchen counter. Then a drop. He presses his palms against the wall of the kitchen and starts to move. His hands are still wet. He does his best to ignore the cause. His fingers can still count the tiles and make sense of the world. His hands stop when they feel warmth. The back of the refrigerator becomes pronounced, but its dimensions are still a mystery. The dark-crowned man presses his palms against the side of the refrigerator in search of answers. He finds the handle. He steadies himself. The fridge is cool. The fridge is cool and I am starving. I order the flesh golem to place his hands in the fridge. I focus and I search and I keep my eyes shut. I find Tupperware. The man with the plastic crown, a separate entity, an avatar. That's the only way that I can see him. Everything beyond the world of the virtual is impossibly distant and lost in abstraction. When I reach into the Tupperware, I can feel echoes of grease and overcooked pasta. The fistful of spaghetti is inches away from the plastic-crowned man. I can almost smell it. After just one handful of spaghetti, my eyes wet with joy. The food is real. It's cold and dry and overspiced, but it's real. I can feel the food traveling down my throat and settle in my stomach. It's real. It's real and I'm real and there's a world beyond my virtual shackles that's waiting for me. I watch the plastic-crowned man shovel the spaghetti into his mouth and I feel my hunger being quelled, but the relief is hardly filling. A single serving of leftovers cannot satiate a man starved for days. The plastic-crowned man needs calories. I need calories. My aching fingers travel through the inside of the fridge until they find fuel. A stick of butter. At first I make an effort to find something to temper its taste, but my fridge is far too poorly stocked for a proper meal. I need calories. And calories I get. Like Saturn devouring a child, the plastic-crowned man rips at the slick yellow block of nutrition until it is gone. To wash it down, he blindly fumbles his way past the coffee machine again until he reaches the nozzle of the sink. I can feel the cold metal of the faucet in my mouth. Any semblance of dignity leaves me and turns into a wandering spirit. I drink and I gag and I prepare to return to the horrible cartoon body, but just as I ready myself to rescind the control of the flesh golem, a familiar rush of adrenaline bolts through my veins. I start to doubt whether Simon can truly get me out of the virtual world. The crowned man exits the kitchen, but instead of making his way back to the living room, he caresses the walls until he reaches familiar ground. The front door of the apartment. With each step, the link that ties me to the man of flesh and bone grows fainter. The further he moves from the television, from the technology that binds him to the world of the simulated, the less of his world I feel. His hands work sluggishly at what I think is the door to the apartment. The keys, the latch, the handle of the door itself, it's all impossibly distant and abstract, and my fingers burn with a sweaty pain, but the door finally opens. Beyond the doorframe, there is nothing but a storm of fading light. The limits of the VR headset keep me shackled. The crowned man leans out of the door into the unknown and he screams. I scream along with him. I beg and yell and plead and cry, and the plastic crowned man screams my words, but it is all for naught. My voice does not echo through the stairwell. Instead, it's swallowed up by a sandstorm of static. When the blind man runs out of hope, he turns around and walks back through the hallway. He doesn't feel his way along, he simply walks. He doesn't care if he'll bump his horrid crown against the wall and end up in skull-shattering agony again. Pain doesn't mean anything to him anymore. I'm done, I say, opening my eyes. I am a cartoon man again. The tips of my nailless fingers are still soaked with dark bruises and my body simmers with hurt. I don't know if the painkillers help, but I dry swallow another 2 pills. Simon? Can you hear me? I'm done. The eternal sea of blue shimmers beneath my feet. The horizon is nothing but soft color and calm.
Sorry there, still in the process of figuring things out.
Simon's voice booms from the heavens. There's a faint click in the distance. It echoes like thunder through a valley.
Should see an exit now.
A familiar phone booth, right in front of me. It doesn't appear out of nowhere. It's as if it's been in front of me all along and I just never noticed it. I try not to dig into that thought too much. I pick up the receiver, and my body ceases to exist. I reappear in an office lobby with the distinct aesthetics of a daycare. A couple steps away from me is a beanbag chair resting next to a coffee machine. I walk with the grace of a car crash victim. The beanbag chair eases some of my aches.
Yeah, get comfortable. This might take a while.
Simon's voice booms from the air vents. With no specific source of the voice to look at, I sink down in the beanbag and stare at the lobby's murals. The walls are covered with rows upon rows of smiling cartoon workers typing away at their computers. They look ecstatic to be at work.
So it's a mess. A real mess. Corporate seems to be aware of the problem, but they're not doing anything about it. Spent a solid day trying to talk to someone, anyone, about getting you out, but no one would respond to my messages or emails. After a couple of hours of trying to chase an answer, my whole chat log and inbox got wiped. Apparently management has quarantined our entire team and shut down all of our accounts. Maybe it's to stop the spread of the Eggman code, and maybe they're just trying to sweep the whole thing under the rug. At least you're safe though. Did you manage to, feed?
Yeah, I say, looking at my blackened fingers. There's something wrong with my hands. When I touched the walls in my apartment, they felt wet.
That doesn't sound good.
The voice booms. I expect Simon to follow the thought up with some assurances of safety, but he doesn't. I'm left staring at the office lobby mural. People of different races and creeds, a menagerie of human culture, all sitting behind computers. They sit in rows and they type and they look very excited about whatever work they are doing. I stare at the mural and try to imagine what it would be like to have to look at it every day for 15 years. How do I get out? I ask the ceiling.
Right, about that. It's complicated, but doable, I think.
Simon answers with some trepidation.
So, What's keeping you stuck in the simulation, or more accurately, simulations, is a bug of the original Eggman thing.
Egghead, I whisper, but he doesn't hear me.
You're basically running a simulation within a simulation, like that DiCaprio movie. Right now, you're jacked into both the virtual experience from your Q8 backload, and you're also running that simulation through the virtual office of which you are currently the sole member of.
The thought of another cartoon version existing, without wounds, somewhere by my virtual cubicle makes me feel uneasy. I shake away the thought.
I wouldn't completely give up on the idea of corporate getting you out somehow. The code you're running is quite unfriendly and worth studying. I'm sure they have someone focused on getting you out, but on the off chance that they don't, I think there's a way we can get both tiers of the simulation to restart and yank you back into your living room where you belong. All we need to do is shut down the Eggman code with something to counteract it. We need another virus.
A virus? I ask.
Yeah, finding the right one is going to take some time though. This code is complete Greek to me, or Cyrillic to be more accurate. I'm still figuring out how it ticks, but if I can find a virus that forces both simulations into a hard reset, I should be able to pull you out. Just need to find the right poison to take care of you.
I get off the beanbag and walk through the office. My legs are bruised, but they are far too restless to be still. How long will that take? I ask, a stationary ceiling fan.
An hour, 2,
He says, his voice slowly growing quieter.
3, I don't know. The moment I figure out what I'm looking for, it shouldn't be hard to find. The difficult part is making sense of the Eggman code and finding the right virus.
The concept of time has left me long ago, but counting my rescue in hours rather than days brings some level of calm into my cartoon heart. That calm doesn't last. What if Professor Egghead comes back? I ask.
Right. If the Eggman comes back, or anything else goes wrong in a simulation, just scream help. Wrote a little script that's going to produce that phone booth you've become so familiar with. The simulation is also going to shift every 15 or so minutes just to make sure you're not stuck in one place for too long. I'm not sure if that helps prevent any unwelcome intrusions from the Eggman, but it's better to be safe than dead, right?
Right, I say. The infantility of the office doesn't fade when I limp my way past the mural. The cubicles are fashioned to evoke happy cartoon animals, and half the chairs I see beyond the toy-filled desk are bouncing balls. In the center of the workspace, surrounded by an audience's worth of beanbag chairs, sits a giant game of Twister. I limp my way through the empty, gaudy office and try to imagine someone nearing retiring age, sitting behind one of the computers. Before my imagination fully takes hold, I hear Simon's voice again.
Alright, Matt, first simulation change is about to tick down. Might feel uncomfortable, but I'm sure you'll get used to it. I'm off to scour the cyberspace for that virus. If you need anything, just shout. I'll be...
The transition is seamless enough to make me feel dizzy. I find myself standing in a boardroom with a long marble table with black leather chairs. There's a certainty in the back of my brain that I didn't just materialize out of nowhere. It's like I've been standing in the two-tone boardroom for hours and just noticed it. A large window paints a picture of Shanghai on a particularly bright night, but that picture is not static. It's drone footage. The world outside the window is moving. The dizziness races through my throat, but I manage to avert my eyes before I waste any of my hard-won nutrition. With head lowered to the ground, I follow the black and white checkered floor out of the boardroom. Once the view of the ever-moving city of lights is gone, my stomach calms, yet the world beyond the office windows is far from stable. Everything around me is moving in incomprehensible ways that my brain circuitry can't make sense of. I keep my eyes glued to the tile, and then, as if I was standing somewhere completely different for hours, I find myself standing on a drab gray carpet. The shock of the ever-changing world around me wears off after a while, and the initial wave of nausea fizzes down into mild discomfort. Each new office I find myself in is accompanied by that ever-so-gentle flip of the stomach that comes from a car cresting a steep hill. The road ahead is undeniably confusing, and I lack the will to fight it. I roam through the empty architecture and try to imagine people, real people, walking through the halls. The only faces that I can transpose on my abstract company, however, are those of the ugly hags that screamed at me in the Soviet hellscape. I trudge through the empty offices, desperately trying to rid my mind of those hateful gazes. The spaces around me are far too empty, far too artificial to find distraction, but soon my mind is gripped with a wholly different discomfort. I find myself in a lobby of grandiose Art Deco. A maze pattern, undoubtedly designed by a randomizer algorithm, fans out towards the sort of elevators where one would expect a bellhop. Roman columns, the color of night, hold up the impossibly high vaulted ceiling. Up above, far too high to see clearly, a kaleidoscope mosaic of muted colors shifts and stretches, never attaining a true shape. I walk alone, but the echo of my footsteps in a sprawling architecture is so resounding that I feel like I'm being followed. The confines of the elevator ease my paranoia of being pursued, and the gentle hum of the lift is pleasing to the ear, yet when the elevator stops and the gold-plated doors rumble open, I am seized by a sudden sense of impending doom. Deep in the confines of my cartoon chest, something feels rotten. I almost give in to my instinct to press a different floor on the panel, but then, on the white carpet of grey octagons, I see something that breaks the pattern. A drop of crimson. "Hello?" I ask, unnerved by the sound of my own voice. "Is anyone there?" Even from the confines of metal box, my voice lingers in the echoes of the halls. I hear no response. Instead, once all trace of my question descends into silence, the elevator's doors start to groan shut. I squeeze my body into the hall before the metal cage closes. In front of me lies a hallway full of open doors. There's more blood. The trail is most visceral at the far end of the hallway, where the white of the carpet is hidden beneath a thick layer of blood and guts. Whatever crawled its way through the corridor was on the edge of death, yet the snail's trail of viscera grows fainter the closer it moves towards the elevator. All along the bloody path, the office doors are open, and the strains of red suggest entry. After each door, the trail of blood grows fainter until it turns into mere droplets of red around the elevator. The blood, however, isn't the only thing in the hallway. Staplers, black and sleek with grooves of feathered wings, a dozen or so spent staplers rest by the doors of the offices. "Hello?" I ask. "Am I alone in here?" The echo of my voice is considerably more intrusive than it was in the elevator. Yet by the time my question is done bouncing around the grandiose halls, I hear a response. I hear a gurgle. "Show yourself," I whisper, not wanting to face the repetition of my voice again. No company presents itself, but another gurgle squirms its way across the hallway. It's coming from the clean side of the corridor. It's coming from right around the corner. The staplers are heavy enough to serve as a weapon if need be. I arm myself with a bulky bit of office supply and creep my way to the end of the hall. Another gurgle comes from around the corner. I clutch the stapler in my frostbitten hands and prepare to defend myself, yet the moment I see her, the weapon drops from my hands. The greeter uniform is no longer blue, it is a dark shade of soaked crimson. Her clothes no longer fit her because her body is no longer that of a human. In her bloody hands she holds a stapler, and where her midriff once was, there is a sleeve of cheap metal. It connects her legs to her upper chest. The shop assistant is a poorly repaired version of her old self, but her dead hazel eyes and bright smile stay eternal. Looking through me, she gurgles again. A bubble of pink bloats up from behind her gapless teeth and then pops. "Help!" I yell. Before I can hear my voice bounce, I am elsewhere. I don't enter the new simulation gracefully. As if I was thrown by a merciless force, I slam into the edge of a table, turning it over. The impact knocks the breath out of me, and the sudden wave of nausea makes me feel like I am drowning.
"Matt, are you okay? What happened?"
The fluorescent light above me booms. "I saw her," I squeak, struggling for breath. "She was in the office. I saw the shop assistant." The world turns into a kaleidoscope of shapes, but unlike the ceiling of the majestic lobby, it doesn't inspire awe. It makes me vomit.
"Sally?"
Simon asks. I grip the stapler even tighter, expecting the torso-less shop assistant to leap out of the mess of geometry, yet she does not show. When breath finally returns to my lungs, my vision calms down. I am in a no-frills virtual office, not unlike the one I was forced to work in once upon a time. She was stapling herself back together. She was in the office, on the floor, stapling herself back together.
This Eggman code is a real piece of work. The system must have somehow managed to follow you between the simulations. That's not good.
The ceiling remarks.
Definitely not good, but hopefully not relevant for long. I think I found exactly what we need to get you out.
I clamber up to my feet and stare into the fluorescent lights, as if being closer to them could bring me closer to freedom.
I found a virus that can, I think, bring you out of the simulation.
The lights buzz.
Just going to be a bit tricky getting our hands on it.
There are no lawns in sight, but the air smells of fresh-cut grass. The houses that line the winding road are all boastful shows of modern architecture, but their beauty is locked behind iron gates. The further along I walk, the more the lamplight starts to flicker.
Just a little further.
Simon's voice booms in the privacy of my skull.
The real estate on top of the hill has more traffic. That's where most of the viruses settle.
I nod, and I keep one foot in front of the other. My internal life has simmered down to nothing but a focus on the march. There's a rattling cough in my lungs, and my right leg aches with every step, but the discomfort is nothing but a gentle background buzz to a single thought. I want out.
Careful,
Simon says.
Looks like we're entering the outskirts. Don't interact with anyone. The more attention you pay to them, the more aggressive they get. Just keep your eyes on the floor. Pretend they're not there.
There's a terminal flicker in the lamppost beyond. Behind the light leans a woman with uncanny features. She is not a cartoon, yet she is undeniably digital. Her black miniskirt and navy tank top wrap around her sexualized proportions like a thin layer of cellophane. "Hey darling," she says, her stilettos clacking towards me. "Looking for a good time? Wanna see me gape?" I avert my eyes and keep moving. When I pass her, she stops. I do not look at her, and I keep my eyes to my feet, but I can't help but to catch a whiff of her perfume. Clawed out of the nether regions of memory, I smell the same scent my high school sweetheart once wore. The woman in stilettos laughs the moment the thoughts connect in my head.
Just keep walking. Don't acknowledge. Don't interact.
Booms the voice in my skull. Off in the hills, I hear a coyote howl. Behind me, I hear the steady seductive clip-clop of heels. The lamplight fades away until all that is left is the night sky. For a couple brief moments the stars are visible, but then, little by little, the darkness is eaten away by the slowly rendering glare of neon.
"Hey, you wondering how I got this body? Want me to tell you?"
asks a gruff voice from the dark.
"Women throw themselves at my feet. Men fear me. Doctors want to silence me. Come, I insist. Come learn my secret."
He is giant and hairy and nude. He puffs out his chest and strides in my direction. I keep my eyes on my feet and don't veer off course. The closer we are to a collision, the harder the virtual streetwalker behind me laughs. Yet when the hairy giant steps aside in the last moment of our virtual game of chicken, she goes silent.
By age 31, 2/3 of all men experience some form of male pattern baldness. You want to be a hairless beta cuck, do you?
The giant growls in my ear as he follows me.
Come with me. Come with me and let me tell you all the secrets the deep state liberals don't want you to know.
The moon and stars disappear in a steadily encroaching gradient of bright color. Like low-flying satellites, garish signs of neon seize the night sky with advertisements of pills and free sex and hypnosis techniques. From the buzzing ether of the hill road, more faces emerge. The women offer themselves to me, responding to my silence with theatrical laughter dipped in orgasm. The men scream about pills and secrets and roar with laughter at my supposed shortcomings. None of the bodies around me look human. They all have the proportions of a pubescent masturbatory fantasy. Another set of coyote howls boom from the side of the hill. They are more numerous and darker and ever so gently human.
Jesus Christ, what is that?
Simon's voice whispers in my skull.
Wait, no, don't look. Forget I said anything.
I try to stay focused on my feet, but with another torrent of guttural howls, my discipline breaks. Descending down the road towards me are creatures of myth. Half man, half beast, the beings approach howling and barking. They have the bodies of Olympians but the limbs of dogs. Their eyes are like those of timber wolves, but the streaks of neon reflecting in those wild marbles are undeniably the work of man.
Just stay focused on the road, Matt. Just keep walking. You're almost there.
As the oversexed procession behind me grows, the movement of my legs turns choppy. The processing power of the simulation can barely keep up with the sheer amount of genitals being rendered into existence. Behind me, they scream and moan and howl, and I try to block out their voices and remind myself that I am actually just a broken man standing in the middle of my living room with a VR headset. But that thought feels hollow. I am not a creature of flesh. I am a creature of binary. I am a creature of binary that has been snared in the realm of simulated nightmare. The scent of freshly mowed lawns is gone. The air around me smells like spilled cologne in a gas station bathroom. Through the cacophony of sex and threats, Simon's voice cuts through.
Past that door. All you need to do is get past that door, Matt.
I look up. Scores of nude bodies dance before me, beckoning with promises of unearthly pleasure. Male bodies, female bodies, bodies which defy the duality of gender, they all gyrate and pinch their skin, demanding that they be the one I pick. Beyond the sea of flesh, backlit by a terrible shade of migraine pink, stands the marble doorway of a mansion. I don't need Simon to tell me where to go. The naked mass of humanity stretches its appendages towards me as it demands my attention, yet the flesh never makes any contact with my body. They scream and shriek and beg, but with my head aimed at the floor, the writhing masses step aside and let me pass unmolested. It's not until my hand is on the ornate handle of the mansion door that I spare a look backwards. The simulation can't handle all the flesh. Reality has turned into a slideshow. Writhing with pleasure and lust, the anonymous sea of humanity clicks in and out of existence. One figure, however, remains stable. Her arms and legs are long and her torso is non-existent. The name badge from her dark blue vest has been ripped off, but her dead grin makes her impossible to misidentify. I jump into the mansion and slam the door shut. The world disappears in a curtain of black. No sound nor smell carries through the abyss. The only thing I'm certain of is the firm ground beneath my feet. I feel nauseous.
Matt?
Asks a voice in my head before I start to panic.
You okay, Matt? Can you hear me?
I nod. Somehow, even though we're in pitch darkness, Simon acknowledges my nod.
Good.
He says.
Just keep on walking. We won't have to find the virus. It'll find us.
I don't question my orders. I listen to the voice in my head and keep on walking. There is no echo to my steps, and the memory of the wails outside quickly fade. In my newfound tranquility, I find a little ember of hope. I let myself believe I'll be out of the simulation soon. The faith quickens my steps.
So, that was quite something, huh?
He says, in the spirit of a parent who just sat through a Hollywood sex scene.
Wonder how much of this will get cleaned up by the time that brand new web comes around. Doubt this is the Matrix folks were waiting for.
Yeah, I say. The sound of my own voice startles me. I have spoken so little and screamed so much that I sound more like a frog. The ground stiffens beneath my feet as I start to consider what state my flesh body might be in.
I've been thinking about that movie a lot lately. That pill scene. If I had to choose between living in pre-9/11 vague West and dancing in caves and fighting robots, I was pretty sure I'd just take the blue pill. But the past 4 days of helping you get out the simulation have definitely made me reconsider. You holding up okay, Matt?
4 days, I say, unable to subtract vocalization from the thought. I just want to go home.
We'll get you home. Don't worry.
I hold on to that thought for comfort, but I find myself sweating. The air in the darkness turns humid, and a sweet stench of fresh sweat starts to fill the air. Simon? I ask, my mind slowly picking up the noises coming from the darkness.
Anything happening?
Smacking lips, I say. I hear smacking lips. All around me, off in a darkness, full of spit, there's a symphony of wet flesh. Simon, what do I do? I stop. The darkness beyond morphs and shifts in deep groans of elastic efforts.
Ignore it. Just keep moving until the virus approaches you directly.
I can't. The darkness breaks through two burning balls of light. The sudden shock steals away my sight, but once the blindness passes, the room around me seeps into my eyes. The walls and ceiling and floor are of wet flesh and chapped lips. Before me, extending from the floor of skin, towers a terrible being. It sits like a cat with veiny human breasts. All across the beast's body, the skin is loose and worn, yet its spherical head is without wrinkle. The toddler-like smoothness is only broken by two orbs of light, swallowed up by puckered skin and a small sideways mouth.
Ah, weary traveler. Have you come here in search of hot single moms in your area, naive co-eds perhaps, horny widows?
The creature's voice is drowned out by the sea of lips. They fortify the whispers coming out of the beast's small mouth to a deafening thunder.
I can promise you a world of cheap sex and love, a place where you will be given the respect you are due. If this paradise you want to see, you must answer my riddles 3.
Riddles? I ask, the sex sphinx's words barely connecting to my thoughts.
Shit.
Simon whispers.
Jesus Christ, that's unsettling.
Why are there riddles, Simon? I ask. The beast tilts its head to the side, trying to figure out who I'm speaking to. The skin around the shining orbs tightens into two suspicious spotlights that burn against my chest. What do I do, Simon?
I was really hoping for a simple capture process or some spot the difference puzzle.
Simon says.
But to get the virus, you'll have to answer the riddles. I'll help as much as I can, if I can.
Fine, I say, looking up into the creature's incomprehensible eyes. I will answer your riddles. The beast's sideways mouth opens up into a dripping, toothless smile.
Splendid,
it says, echoed by the other mouths.
If you answer these riddles correctly, great pleasure awaits you. Paradise awaits you. If you answer my riddles wrong, however...
The beast's eyes squeeze into two thin lines of light. Wisps of smoke start to move up my jacket.
Be careful how you answer, traveler.
The sex sphinx finally says, widening its eyes.
A simple wrong guess will be your undoing.
The unmistakable stench of rot follows each word the lips around me speak, and the room has grown unbearably hot, but my will to escape the virtual hellscape reaches past my discomfort. I'm ready, I say.
I'll fill your holes if you ask me to. I sometimes cause pain when I go in. I ask you to spit and not swallow. What am I?
The riddle doesn't stick to memory. All I remember is the word pain and swallow. All around me, the lips start to hungrily smack as if they know I can't answer the riddle. The beams of light from the sphinx's puckered eyes start to heat up again.
I swear I've heard this one before. Ask it to repeat the riddle.
Simon's voice booms in my ear. I don't argue with Simon. I ask the sex sphinx to repeat the riddle. At my request, the creature's strange mouth lifts into another toothless smile.
Listen closely, traveler.
The being says with milky spit sliding down its smooth face.
For a riddle can only be repeated once before it loses its charm. I'll fill your holes if you ask me to. I sometimes cause pain when I go in. I ask you to spit and not swallow. What am I?
Dentist,
says Simon.
The answer is dentist.
I repeat his answer without thought. The lips around me turn still. The beast's eyes relax and ease the heat off my body.
You are correct, traveler,
the sex sphinx says with its mouth dripping.
Perhaps a curious guess, perhaps the answer of a learned man. But will you be able to answer the second of my riddles 3? I get laid in an alley, I often end up in the middle of your splits. When you slip your fingers in me, I'm ready to roll. What am I?
Oh god, my nephew once had a book of these dumb jokes. Splits, alley, this all sounds familiar. Bowling ball?
There's doubt in his voice. I don't like the doubt. Are you sure? I ask, quietly, to not arouse the attention of the monstrosity that stands before me. Yet its spherical head tilts to the side in curiosity just the same. Around me, the symphony of lips start flapping again.
I think so. Bowling ball. Bowling ball sounds right.
Bowling ball, I say, and, once more, the room falls silent.
One answer might come of chance, two might come of luck, but the third, dear traveler, the third riddle can only be answered by those deserving of paradise.
The creature rasps with its sideways mouth as it struggles for a deep breath of air.
I come in a lots of different sizes. Sometimes in the winter I drip a little. If you blow me, it feels really good. What am I?
I take the riddle apart in my head, but all that come to mind are phallic answers. I wait for Simon to speak, but he stays silent. Simon? I ask, when the flesh of the room starts to smack once more. What's the answer, Simon? Silence. As the burning eyes of the sex sphinx start to focus down their heat, Simon stays silent until finally, with a long sigh, he replies.
I haven't heard this one, Matt. I'm sorry.
The room of flesh echoes with wet sounds of hunger. The beast's eyes pucker into deadly beams of light.
Do you give up, dear traveler?
The monstrosity takes in another quivering breath with its grotesque maw of flesh. Excited spittle drips from its round face down to its veiny udders.
Has your luck finally run out?
Myself is wholly composed of computer code. I am nothing but a cartoon man standing in a simulation, yet somehow, with my feet planted on soft carpet, I am tied to a being of flesh. An exclusively biological need for survival burns in my chest. Repeat the riddle! I scream, in a voice rendered unrecognizable by fear, rage, and sickness. The monstrosity takes another long wheezing breath. The spittle gathered at the bottom of its mouth makes it look like a rabid animal. With each word that it recites, the toothless maw moves closer to me. The sex sphinx's breath is of long dead roadkill.
I come in a lot of different sizes. Sometimes in the winter I drip a little. If you blow me, it feels really good. What am I?
I close my eyes and latch on to every word of the riddle. Size, drip, blow. I think as hard as I can, trying to imagine what the answer could be. Size, drip, blow. I breathe in that rancid smell and try to make sense of the riddle, but nothing comes. My chest starts to burn. The stench of rot is overtaken by singed fabric. The sex sphinx's spherical head is inches away from me. Its eyes are beams of light trapped in wrinkled flesh. Its maw stretches to the limits of its noseless face. It comes in different sizes. In winter it drips. If you blow it, it feels good. Nose! I scream. Nose, nose, nose! The answer is nose! Like a vacuum extension cord being ripped back to its place, the sex sphinx's neck retreats back into its body. The creature watches me with hot, glowing eyes. Its milky lips pull shut.
Nose. You're right.
Simon's voice booms in my skull.
Stretch a riddle, but you're right, Matt. Nose.
Nose. I mumble again, out of blind instinct. The sea of lips has disappeared from view. The light in the sphinx's puckered eyes has gone dim. The beast's face is entirely inhuman, yet in its depths rests an expression of defeat.
Oh, mighty traveler, you have bested me in a game of wits. You have proven your worth and earned your place in paradise.
The beast speaks without its chorus, its voice strained and fragile. With great efforts, it raises one of its wrinkled paws. On the swollen flesh of the indentation, rising after the weight has been lifted, sits a large syringe filled with neon liquid.
Come and claim your boon. Begin your journey to the land of hot single moms in your area.
That's it.
Simon breathes heavy, as if he'd been through the ordeal with me.
That's the virus. Grab it. I'll get you out of there and...
Simon? I ask. A gentle wave of static simmers through my head, and then his voice comes back.
Sorry, lost you there for a second.
He says, easing my heart.
Grab the syringe. Once we have it, there's just one stop left. All we need to do is go back to the office and inject your original avatar. That should collapse the simulations and get you out. We're almost there, Matt.
I approach the Sphinx with the utmost caution and swipe the syringe away as if it was right beneath a guillotine. The beast pays me no mind. It lowers its paws at its own pace.
Do you see a phone booth anywhere?
The eyes of the Sphinx go dimmer by the second, yet the neon glow of the syringe's contents keep my surroundings visible. There is no phone booth in sight. I tell Simon.
Alright, well, maybe it spawned outside of the mansion. Let's get you out of here.
The dimension of the mansion no longer seem infinite, yet its interior is still massive. I start to make my way back towards the marble doorframe. Beneath my feet, there's an ornate carpet decorated with arrowheads of suggestive symbolism. In my heart, I find space for hope. I hate riddles, I say to Simon.
Me too,
he replies.
When I was a kid, my folks used to take me to visit my great-grandfather. Guy was 102 years old, and it showed. My parents would make me go to church, and then, instead of having Sunday lunch like normal families, they'd take me to the hospice where they kept them. Every time he'd see me, he'd tell me this. Every time, same riddle. I crawl upon the iron. I will not stop crawling until I reach the hole. Be surprised if I ever got it correct. Every time, same.
The voice disappears in a hush of static. On occasion, syllables of speech bounce in my skull, but I don't know what Simon is trying to say. I yell, hoping he's able to hear my pleas for help, but the hushed static gives no indication of comprehension. The snippets of Simon's voice become sparser, and then, finally, even the sharp buzz in my skull dies down. The silence stifles my will to fight, but the neon green of the syringe reminds me there is a way out. Hoping to find a phone booth to eject me from the simulation, I continue making my way towards the doors of the mansion. I try to fill the silence with positive thoughts and hopes for a brighter future, but all my mental efforts are undone in an instant. Screams. From beyond the mansion door, I hear screams. They are not the screams of pleasure or want, they are pure vocalizations of terror.
Quiet!
A terrible falsetto cuts through the howls.
You all screech like lab rats in a skin cream factory. I demand you all cease your screaming at once and calm down. My scientific brain has the vigor of a steam engine, but I will not tolerate senseless noise. You all be quiet and listen to me. Professor Egghead, the world's most industrious researcher.
That creature's terrible voice raises the hairs on the back of my neck, but I still need to find a means of escape. As slowly as I can, I crack open the door and search the outside world for a phone booth. I do not find a means of escape. Instead, my eyes fall upon pure horror. The frantic chorus of the nude and aroused has been dissolved. The digital sirens no longer exist in a breathless sea of flesh. They stand in rows, shivering, naked and scared, with the Egghead's burning-eyed assistants wobbling among their ranks keeping order. The professor himself stands on the mansion steps, addressing his newfound prisoners. I only see the back of his filthy lab coat, but the madness in his voice is enough to make me feel lightheaded.
I have come in search of a man who has witnessed classified information. I have come here to re-establish the equilibrium of scientific knowledge. But what do I find? I find pure degeneracy.
I see no phone booth. I see no way out. I see no chance at escape. I close the door and retreat back into the mansion, but the Egghead's voice cuts through its walls.
If man is to survive the great consolidation, he must cast off the filth of mammalism. We are entering a new age in which sex means nothing, an age in which only science reigns superior. Be rid of your genitals, be rid of the primitive nature of sexual zoids. Sew your orifices shut and cast off your phalluses into the river. It is time for a new age. It is time for the age of egg.
I move away from the door, but the new torrent of screams is far too loud to ignore. With nothing but the syringe to light the darkness, I desperately hobble through the room looking for a familiar shine of the phone booth. I do not find it. Instead, I am met with two dim balls of light.
Traveler?
The sex sphinx says, raising its head.
Have you returned to gloat? Have you returned to laugh at me and my riddles?
No, I say. I just want to...
Where is he?
The shrill voice of the egghead cuts through the backdrop of screams.
Where is the spy? I will find him, with or without your help. For 100 semesters I have read every scientific tome that I could get my nimble hands on. My eyes are powerful beyond belief. No one can dodge the gaze of the professor.
I need help, I say. I need a place to hide. The round-headed beast watches me in fascination.
Traveler,
It says, its sideways lips growing wet once more.
without a doubt, you are an intelligent man. I suspect you are smart enough to know that on this journey through life, nothing comes for free.
Perhaps the spy is hiding in the affluent home. Perhaps he thinks that mighty walls will protect him. But they will not. I am a man of unparalleled intelligence, but I have the strength of 10 oxen. I will find the spy. I will find the spy because no one can escape the company of Professor Egghead.
The thuds on the mansion door overpower the screams outside. There isn't much time left before the egghead comes to claim me. Please, I beg. I'll give you anything you want, just hide me. Here, you can have this jacket. The zip on the Arctic coat is melted. I rip at the clothing and struggle to remove it, but the Sphinx shakes its massive head from side to side.
There is nothing I can do with this jacket, traveler. I have no use for clothing or any other worldly goods. I only care for one commodity, and it is a commodity of the ethereal. You know this, traveler. I only deal in riddles.
The dull thumps against the mansion door turn to the sound of splintered wood. Independent of thought, my mouth opens and recites, I crawl upon the iron. I will not stop crawling until I reach the hole. What am I? The head of the beast turns at such a steep angle that its lips seem almost human.
I do not know the answer, traveler.
The Sphinx says, smiling a smile of dripping spit.
What is the answer to this mysterious riddle?
Behind me, in the pitch darkness, cracks of splintered wood start to let in a dim neon glow. I'll tell you the answer, I say. I'll tell you the answer if you hide me from the egghead. I promise. I do not know the answer to the riddle, and I fear that the quiver in my voice may make that fact obvious, but the Sphinx nods amicably.
Very well,
It says, lowering its head.
You are in my debt, traveler, and I expect that debt to be repaid.
The lips of the creature's incomprehensible maw spread out wide enough to crawl through. The tunnel of flesh is wet and reeks of sickness, but the sound of the crumbling door leaves me no space for second thoughts. On all fours, I crawl into the sex sphinx's putrid gullet. The tunnel of flesh is unbearably hot. I attempt to remove my jacket again, but all I manage to do is rip off the zip. Struggling to breathe through the noxious fumes of infected skin, I keep crawling. The final shadow of the door is a far-off crack in the distance, but when the Sphinx speaks, the passage that I travel through vibrates.
Oh, brave traveler,
Have you come here in search of never-yielding pleasure? I am happy to provide you with it. All you need to answer is my riddles free and...
I am not a traveler. I am a scientist. I spit at your riddles from the deepest depths of my phlegm-filled throat. My place is in the laboratory, not answering children's brain teasers.
The tunnel of flesh grows tighter. I no longer move through the slime like a toddler. I crawl in my stomach like a grievously injured soldier.
Dear traveler,
The Sphinx booms.
you are not in your own dominion. This realm is my home, and in my home you are but a guest. Now answer my riddles free, or...
I do not recognize your claim. I recognize no claim of land or realm. I am Professor Egghead, the greatest inventor to exist in the mind of man. You will not order me around like some crippled hound. I demand the respect I am entitled to. Aid me in my search for the fugitive or face the full wrath of the scientific community.
The gullet of the creature is no longer passable. I am fully consumed by the warm muscle of the fleshy tunnel. In the wet darkness, my hands find a slit of hardened skin. As the Sphinx speaks, the flap of skin rises and clamps shut. In blind instinct, I grip the edge of the slit and pull myself through.
Traveler, this is not a place of
Lubricated by the foul-smelling mucus of the Sphinx, I drop into a chamber of ribs. The hum of the Sphinx's voice vibrates through its belly, but I am deaf to its words. All my mind can focus on is the familiar yellow glow in the distance. Gently off balance, stuck in the flesh of the incomprehensible sex beast, sits a phone booth. I can hear the professor scream outside. I can feel the Sphinx shifting off balance, but none of it matters. All that matters is escape. Like a wild animal running from a predator, I dash towards the metal structure. When I finally enter the booth, when I hold the receiver in my hand, I see a quartet of burning red coals behind me. The Egghead's assistants, they know where I am. They can see me. But they do not see me for long. The moment I press the receiver to my ear, reality is stripped of all color and shape. My cartoon body is rocketed out of the realm of sex and mucus and transported elsewhere. When I finally come to, I find myself lying on the floor of a familiar hallway. I'm back in the virtual office where my boss once forced me to attend a birthday party filled with tech journalists. Simon is standing above me. "Thank God," he says. "You made it." "Thank God," he says. "You made it." Seeing Simon in the flesh, albeit virtual flesh, is surreal. He wears the light blue dress shirt and dark trousers that come as the standard clothing for a male avatar. His hair is the generic brown crew cut, and even his facial features seem unchanged from the default settings. The only thing that sets Simon aside from the corporate factory model is a big bushy mustache covering his lips. He looks like a Wild West sheriff who gave it all up to work a desk job. "Just need to inject your original avatar with the virus and you should be well on your way." Simon's voice sounds significantly more human when it comes out of the mouth of a digital puppet than it did booming in my skull. "Let's get you out of here, shall we?" he asks, as he extends his cartoon hand to me. I grab it and climb up to my feet. We're in a meeting room just a couple doors down from my workstation. For months, the halls of the virtual office seemed grossly artificial, like technology that still needed at least a decade in the oven. But after the time I have spent shackled to the Metaverse, they seem more real than my distant living room. Lying in my office, dressed in clean clothes and wearing healthy-looking skin, I see another cartoon version of myself. He looks like an abandoned corpse that hasn't started to rot yet. "Any word from corporate?" I ask, my voice raw from all the screaming. "They're aware of the problem," he says, "but they aren't going to do anything about it. They quarantined the office to make sure the code doesn't spread, and that seems like the start and end of how they're going to deal with this Eggman situation." "An employee trapped in the simulation for almost a week and they won't do anything?" "You're not an employee anymore," Simon says, motioning to the lifeless cartoon man on the floor.
For what it's worth, I'm not an employee anymore either. About a day after the quarantine, they fired the entire pod. Company is getting restructured, apparently. Severance bonuses are pretty good if you sign an NDA, though.
So we're breaking and entering right now? I ask.
Theoretically, I guess.
I don't see his lips move, but the bushy mustache lifts into what I presume is a smile.
You still got the syringe?
I pull out the hypodermic out of my coat and lend a weak neon glow to the bland office space.
Good.
Simon's mustache lifts into a smile once more.
You want to do the honors?
Far too many questions about metaphysical anatomy rush through my brain at once. The cartoon clone lying on the floor makes the syringe in my hands tremble. Could you do it? I ask.
Pulp Fiction, eat your heart out.
Simon whispers beneath his mustache, and then, with great force, he rams the shining syringe into the cartoon man's chest. The eyes of my virtual avatar spring open. The rest of his body stays completely still, but he stares directly at me. The wild expression on the man's face reminds me of a deer I once met on a highway.
And now, we wait.
Simon taps the side of the syringe. A percentage sign starts to tick down as the neon liquid disappears.
Shouldn't be more than a couple minutes.
I get up and walk across the crammed office, hoping that I'll be able to escape the cartoon man's gaze, but he keeps his eyes locked on me. How are your kids? I ask, hoping for distraction and conversation.
Huh?
Your kids, I say. You said you were reading them bedtime stories when this all started? His mustache drops.
Look, I don't have any kids.
Oh, I say.
You messaged me on the company app. It was after hours. My response after hours is always that I'm doing something with my kids, so people leave me alone and don't expect me to do work I'm not paid for. I hope you understand.
Lucky you checked your message later, I say, wondering whether anything would have changed in that hour without communication.
Yeah, the moment I listened to the message, I got online. Sorry it took so long. It's just... I hate this place. They squeeze you for every cent you're worth and then expect you to show team spirit about it. Wouldn't lie about having kids if I wasn't constantly getting dragged into the office without getting paid for it. I hate this place. Wouldn't come to work with this if I didn't.
Simon gestures to the mustache and laughs.
Seriously though, screw these people.
Amen, I say. Simon checks the syringe. It's sitting at 65%. With a sigh, he makes his way from the cartoon man to the window. Outside sits a poorly rendered cityscape stuck in perpetual golden hour.
They do pay a mean severance package though,
he says. How much? I ask. He tells me. Oh, I say, and join him at the window. The further the streets stretch, the more pixelated they become. I gaze at the blocky horizon, but the low polygon buildings become nothing but a flickering backdrop to a realization. That abstract idea that I am a man of flesh standing in a living room crawls up my spine and hardens into a concrete truth. I can no longer feel the difference between my skin and the virtual reality gloves, but with a bit of focus, I can feel the weight of the headset on my head. There's soft carpet beneath my feet and freedom is within grasp.
Halfway there,
Simon says. The syringe is half empty and a dead-eyed avatar is still looking at me. Thank you, I say, averting my eyes from the death stare of my twin. If it wasn't for you, I would have been torn apart by the Egghead's minions, or I would have met my end at the supermarket, or with the Sphinx, or in some other horrible way. When all this is over, I owe you a drink.
I'll happily take you up on that offer,
he says, his cartoon mustache raising into a smile. Actually, before comms cut out, you mentioned the riddle?
Yeah. I crawl upon the iron. I know no other than my mates. I crawl until I reach my hole. Great-grandfather used to repeat it all the time.
That one. What's the answer? The mustache raises once more.
How about I tell you when we grab drinks?
Deal, I say. The syringe sits at 33% and the green hue is dying down. I start planning my life in a flesh and bone world, but before those plans get too detailed, an eerie dread seeps into my mind. At first, it's impossible to place. I simply feel an absolute certainty that something is going to go wrong. Soon enough, though, my gut gets a visual confirmation. Eyes of burning coal. Off in a distance, at first few but quickly multiplying, moves a gathering of familiar monstrosities. The Egghead's minions wobble through the muddy geometry with utter determination and in discomforting numbers. The landscape which they move over is vague, but their direction is clear. "He's here," I say. Simon looks out of the window and regards the steadily advancing wave of the burnt creatures.
The Eggman?
Don't ever call him that. It's Professor Egghead. He's extremely particular about his... There's a crash in the hallway. It's followed by the shuffling of 100 small feet.
Okay,
Simon says, shutting the door.
we're at what, 22%? I'll just distract him till the timer runs out.
It's darker outside than it should be. Instead of the programmed golden hour, the sun is bleeding on the horizon. The sea of red coals has spread out beyond the blocky parking lot of the office. There's a hard slam on the door, followed by a staccato of tiny harsh knocks. As if response, Simon's arms fly out to his sides and his eyes roll back in his skull. For a moment, he just stands there, crucified, and I lose all hope of rescue. The flame of hope only goes out for a second, though.
Just checking,
he says, his mustache lifting into a smile once more.
Want to make sure I can still take this thing off. Don't worry, we're getting you out of here.
There's another slam on the door. This time a part of the wood gives. A dozen gray hands claw through the hole. I reach up for my head, hoping that perhaps my luck has changed, but my wrists go limp once more. Before I regain any feeling in my fingers, the door comes crashing down. They pour in like a flood of nightmares. The terrible burnt creatures rush in, babbling and snapping their sharp-toothed jaws. It's only after his minions crowd most of the room that he enters. Wobbling over their bodies, eliciting tiny grunts with each rotation of his egg-shaped mass, enters Professor Egghead and his mallet. The syringe sits at 18%.
For far too long I have been kept from my laboratory. For far too long I have been deprived of the sweet embrace of science. But no more. Now my journey through this series of virtual pipes has come to an end.
The Egghead's eyes look exhausted, but there's a terrible energy in the way he beats the mallet against his palm.
You will learn a very important lesson in physics. When you betray the Egghead, the mallet comes down.
Professor Egghead?
Simon's voice tears the nightmare's attention away.
Is that you? Oh my, I have heard so much about you.
The nightmare's eyes close in pleasure at the mention of his name. The professor smiles and jiggles his body as if he'd been tickled.
I am not surprised. Everyone has heard about the professor.
The syringe sits at 15%.
Yes, Professor Egghead, I have heard a lot about you. I've heard you're smart and a hard worker and an absolute expert in the field of science.
Simon's mustache hops up high enough for his teeth to show.
May I ask a question, Professor Egghead?
I have urgent business to attend to. Every second I spend away from my laboratory is a direct assault on the future of man.
The Egghead slams his mallet against his palm once more and gestures towards me. His minions hiss and snap in my ankles.
But,
the Egghead says, closing his eyes and wiggling around once more.
when given the proper respect, I am willing to indulge an inquisitive mind. What would you like to know, my mustache friend?
The syringe sits at 12%.
I'm sure your immense knowledge stretches across all possible disciplines, but I wonder, Professor Egghead, what is your favorite kind of science?
The Egghead's yellowed eyes blowed up in shock.
Ooh.
He wheezes, without any emotion. Slobber gathers among his massive lips. In a terrible mixture of humor and pain, the creature sings.
You ignorant patient little mustache man. You sing my praises, but you do not understand my deeds.
I hear a crunch, followed by 1,000 taps of glass. The window behind me has broken out into a spiderweb of cracks. Outside, a sea of grey flesh and burning coals presses against the glass. The Egghead's minions have us surrounded.
My love of science is not one of adoration or favor. My love of science is one of necessity. If I do not love the science, if I do not wholeheartedly commit my existence to the science, all shall perish. My marriage to the realm of data and research is a sadistic one, but I endure. I endure for the good of man.
Oh, Simon says. He's clearly made uneasy by the frothing nightmare, but he still manages to twitch his mustache into a weak smile. Well, Professor Egghead, you have my utmost apologies and gratitude for...
Enough apologies. Isaac Newton would rub chlorine in his eyes to possess even a fraction of the knowledge that sits in my mighty brain. I will waste no more of my valuable time talking to a simpleton of your stature. Do not say another word to me. I have urgent business to attend to.
Egghead turns around on his heels to face me. His spin crushes one of his minions beneath his feet, but the sea of burning coals quickly absorbs the death.
You...
Professor Egghead screams, raising his mallet high above his head.
Now it is time for me to deal with you.
The syringe sits at 8%. My terrified eyes meet Simon's. Professor Egghead, my friend screams. I didn't mean to offend you. I'm a big fan of...
No! No, no!
The egg-shaped creature screeches as it crushes another one of its minions in a furious spin.
Were you raised in a barn? Were you not taught to hold your tongue when a bright mind has business to attend to?
With his free hand, the professor grips the top of Simon's head.
Is the mustache drawing blood from your frontal cortex? Can you not comprehend? I do not wish to communicate with you.
Simon's mustache shifts as if he was about to say something, but then his jaw drops and his eyes grow wide. No words come, only screams. Like a man caught on an electric fence, Simon spasms beneath the Egghead's stubby fingers. In a panicked effort to help my friend, I pick up one of the coal-eyed monstrosities and throw it at the professor. The oval creature is heavy, and its body burns my already maligned fingers, yet the Egghead doesn't register the impact. He continues shaking Simon by the skull.
I demand to be left alone.
The egg-shaped scientist screams.
I demand peace and quiet and death to all traitors so I can return to my scientific duties. Can your mustache brain not comprehend that?
The web of shattered glass on the windows grows more complex. All of the outside world is now eaten up by innumerable oval bodies. They're all tapping and biting and looking at me. For a brief moment, in a fleeting glimpse, I see an inkling of human flesh in the sea of grey, but it quickly disappears. A dozen minions crack beneath the weights of Simon's limp body. For a moment, he lies next to my dead-eyed avatar, looking equally lifeless, but then he blinks. With utter terror, Simon climbs to his feet. He reaches for his head, but his wrists go limp. What did you do to me? Oh God, what did you do to me?
I said I will not be answering any further questions.
Egghead screams, gripping his mallet.
Now leave me be. I have other business to attend to.
With discomforting swiftness, the Egghead swings his mallet at Simon. It's a direct hit to the skull. With a crack of the spine, Simon's cartoon head severs from his torso. The blood that springs out of his neck hisses against the coal eyes of the Egghead's minions. I can smell the blood.
Now, where were we?
The Egghead sighs.
Ah, yes. Your execution.
The syringe sits at 5%. He turns to me and slams the mallet against his stubby hand.
You stand accused of treason against the Egghead? You gazed upon my most prized experiment and then you fled the scene to tell the world? You have not only broken my heart, but you have also stolen my secrets. Now it is time for your brain to be emptied of what you have witnessed.
Wait, I yell, cowering. Please, Professor Egghead, I've already completely forgotten what I saw in your laboratory. Just please let me go home. I won't tell anyone about what happened here. My eyes are shut, expecting death, yet death never comes. Instead, Egghead stands above me confused, mallet by his side.
You have forgotten? The being of corrupted flesh that you saw in my laboratory? You have simply forgotten?
Memories of strands of poorly rendered flesh scrape across the recesses of my mind, but I still nod my head. The syringe clocks over from 4% to 3%. I promise I will never tell anyone, I whisper.
You are a man of sturdy mind, then. A fool, perhaps, but a fool who can witness the unspeakable and walk away. Even a chimpanzee can be taught to operate a car. Yes, that is it. I, Professor Egghead, Bishop of Education, have changed my mind. Your brain will not be malletized.
The nightmare's eyes close, as if he were being tickled again. Like a child on a sugar high, the Egghead starts to stomp with excitement.
Instead, you will become an assistant in my laboratory.
The syringe clocks down from 3% to 2%. Outside, in a sea of grey flesh and burning coals, I see another hint of cartoon flesh. A hand with smooth, nailless fingers presses up against the cracking glass. It quickly disappears beneath the weight of the Egghead's minions.
Do you agree to become my lovely wedded scientific partner? Will you suffer with me under the weight of incomprehensible knowledge for all eternity? Or would you rather follow the fate of your mustached associate?
I can feel the soft carpet beneath my feet. Freedom is just a couple percentage points away. Yes, Professor Egghead, I say. I will be your lab assistant. Please, just don't kill me.
Splendid!
He screams. And then, just as 2% turns to 1%, he rips the syringe out of my avatar. My cartoon twin's eyes close, and my heart sinks.
It would be a tragedy if you were ripped from this world just as we came to an agreement, wouldn't it?
Outside, for just a moment, I see a familiar dead-eyed smile in the sea of grey.
Wouldn't it be a tragedy?
It would, I say. The Egghead wobbles his body in approval and looks at the syringe. There's but a single drop of neon green inside of it. It slides across the barrel like a tear. He shakes his head, as if the syringe were a disappointment to him.
Enough time has been wasted.
He screams.
The hours which I spent on the zany adventure have been hours which I could have spent in the lab with beakers and charts. I have done a disservice to mankind, but I have found a pair of helping hands, and these helping hands will be here forever.
Beyond the spiderweb of cracks, there is a sea of grey flesh and burning eyes. I don't see her anymore. I don't see her, but I pray that she is somewhere among the professor's minions, ready to help an old customer in need. Professor Egghead wobbles closer. The sulfur on his breath makes my eyes water.
No one escapes the company of Professor Egghead. Isn't that right?
My spit tastes of iron. I open my mouth to speak, and for a moment all I want to do is reaffirm the Egghead's ideas and stay away from any conflict, but I know where that path leads. I know that if I leave with the Egghead, I will never see my home again. I open my mouth and scream, "Sally, help!" The window behind me shatters, filling my matted hair with crystals of glass. The misshapen virtual world assistant hits the Egghead in a mighty swan dive and sends him flying across the room. My eyes burn with bright neon letters.
Our shop assistant is currently busy with another customer. Please wait.
What is this madness? Who dares to assault the king of knowledge?
The customer is always right, and the customer cannot be made uncomfortable.
Sally screams in her cheery voice.
Our store has a zero-tolerance violence policy.
The afterglow of the burning letters still blinds me, but I can hear the melee ahead. Sally is not just fighting the Egghead, but his minions as well. In a blind frenzy, I searched the floor hoping that the Egghead dropped the syringe. He did. As Sally fights for my freedom, I grip the syringe and feel out the chest of my digital avatar. I stab blindly, but I strike true. The syringe plunges straight into the digital avatar's chest, and for a moment, beneath the fading green letters, I lock eyes with my digital twin. His mouth opens. The syringe clocks down from 1% to 0%. He screams. An indefinable rush of energy twists my body. It's like being caught in a muddy wave of silt and electricity or tumbling down the stairs. My body is shaken and spun and jerked from side to side. As strong as the tornado of motion is, I manage to raise my hands and grip the headset attached to my skull. I grip the machine. My wrists and fingers hold on strong, yet the white crown refuses to leave my skull. The headset is fused to my skin. The headset is fused to my skin, but I know that it's too late to turn back now. I pull as hard as I can, and my flesh breaks and my eyes drown in blood. Through sheer agony, the snare leaves me. Instantly, the world turns still. Soft carpet. I re-emerge into reality, clutching the strands of my soft living room carpet. I am no longer a hobbled cartoon creature. I am a man of flesh and bone and blood. The primal joy of freedom soars out of my throat, but my cries of victory are brief. I am out of the simulation. I am a man of flesh and bone. I am in my living room. My wildest dreams have been fulfilled, yet something is wrong. I am not alone. Of the first few weeks in the Messianic Psychiatric Institute, I remember very little. Of how I ended up there, even less. I spent much of my time restrained and heavily sedated, but what I do remember of my diminished world are the doctors. I remember them studying my arms with flashlights and scalpels, but I recall none of the pain. I had ripped the headset from my face, and I had been freed from my digital shackles, but the VR gloves would not come off as smoothly. The gloves had not only fused to my skin, they had spread out my arms in slick white tendrils of plastic. I knew something was terribly wrong with my body, but I was far too tranquilized for a proper assessment. Even the slight discomfort from looking at my malformed arms was drowned out by a simple primal pleasure. I was awake. I was awake and in the world of flesh and bone, and when I was awake, Professor Egghead couldn't do anything to me. Of my waking days, I only remember vague impressions. It is the memories of the dreams that I recall with burning intensity. Be it because of the medication, or be it the sheer stress of insanity, the fevered dreams always came to me in disturbing sharpness. Every night I would find myself running like a wounded animal through a forest of dead trees. The start of the dream would always be dim, and I would stumble through the wood with nothing but the crackling of twigs for company. Then, the silence of the forest would be broken by an air raid siren. Each time I slept, the siren would howl earlier and earlier until there was no silence preceding it. Slowly, as the pained song started to loosen its pitch, the sky would light up. With the faint blue light at my back, my legs would stumble less, yet the illumination heralded something much more terrible than a fall. It was the same light that I had witnessed in the original simulation. It was crawling towards me through the forest, threatening to seize me once more. The closer the crawling wall of blue got to me, the more I could smell the foul stench of rotten eggs and phosphorus. Once the light would get close enough to paint my shadow in front of me and the air became unbreathable, I would hear the voice of my tormentor. Shrill and furious, the Egghead would scream. He would screech about how no one could escape his company. As dazed as I was, I did my best to stay awake. The shorter the dreams were, the shorter my mad sprint from the Egghead and his wall of light was. I feared that if my unconsciousness was ever pushed past the nap, I would end up ensnared into the Egghead's nightmare's foreign realm once more. Soon enough, my fear was brought to the test. On the third day of my stay in the Messianic Psychiatric Institute, a well-dressed man with sharp features and gold-rimmed glasses stepped into my cell. My mind was far too sluggish to make sense of his words immediately, and it wasn't until well after he left that I understood what I had agreed to. I was to be taken to another medical facility. Apparently my employer was gracious enough to pay for surgery to repair my work-related injury caused by disobeying protocol. The surgery would take place under anesthetic. The realization that I was going to be made forcefully unconscious provoked a primal scream out of my throat. When an orderly came to threaten me with a tranquilizer, I tried to turn my wails into words and explain why I had to stay awake at all costs, but my frenzied speech fell on deaf ears. Instead of receiving further sedatives, I went quiet and selected to preserve my energy. For 2 days, battling the tranquilizers that the doctors administered me, I attempted to stay awake. There's no certainty about whether my sleeplessness helped, yet with utter desperation, I hoped that depriving myself of rest in the flesh and bone world would help me regain strength in the place where my dreams took me. When I finally slipped into the realm of sleep from the operating table, I found myself strong. That strength didn't last. The terrible note of the air raid siren dropped much faster than it ever did, and the curtain of blue light closed in with a burst of speed, but I ran. I ran from the horrible voice that stank of phosphorus. I ran through the muddy woods to survive. Not once did my feet stumble over a branch or stone, but the run quickly took its toll. Deep inside I knew that if the blue light caught up with me, I would be sucked back into the terrible world where the Eggman reigned supreme. With understanding came a surge of adrenaline that drove me forward, but the run dragged on for far too long. Each and every part of my being burnt and turned heavy, and my thoughts simmered to those of an animal rather than a man, yet just when it felt like my legs would go limp, a flash of light brought me back to reality. I was back in a Messianic Psychiatric Institute. The surgery had left its mark. For the first day, I couldn't even look at them. They reminded me far too much of the cartoon appendages I had back in the virtual realm. It wasn't until dinner was shoved in through the slot in my cell that I was forced to interact with my new hands. Nailless and poreless and without lines on the palms. I could move my fingers and I could hold a fork, but my sense of touch came as if it was muffled through a thick coating of wool. There were no mirrors in my room, but from the reflection in my dinner bowl, I could salvage a funhouse mirror image of my broken face. The scars around my eyes had not healed well. Combined with the discolored digits that were now my hands, I looked like a monster. The dreams did not stop, but the chase was never as bad as it was during the surgery. Over the following weeks, I came to learn that I was retrieved from my house after a neighbor made a noise complaint. My cries for help were actually answered, yet instead of someone who could free me from my virtual shackles, I got the Metropolitan Police. Judging by my state and by the states of the apartment, I was deemed to be of danger to myself and my surroundings. I was restrained and brought into the Messianic Institute. After police statements and reports of erratic behavior in the workplace, the state decided I should be interred until my mental condition stabilizes. All of this information came to me as brief interludes between the pressure of impending nightmares. The life I lived inside of the Messianic Psychiatric Institute seemed like a vague shadow cast by the ever-present wild dash of my dreams. I was taught breathing exercises and taken to talk therapy and was prescribed pills which I would hide under my tongue. Nothing helped. Everything in the flesh and bone world filtered through as brief moments of respite between those horrible chases in the forest. The night ceased to be countable, and the little that I understood from the doctor's speech dampened into Latin through pure exhaustion of the soul. I was physically present in the world of flesh and bone, but my true being was still stuck somewhere else, in some incomprehensible dimension dreamed up by a fevered mind. For the first few weeks of my stay at the Messianic Psychiatric Institute, I was a man wholly untethered from reality. Yet it's within the confines of the hospital that I found a metaphysical lifeline. Along with the breathing exercises and my psychotherapy and other clinical solutions to my problems of the soul, the state mandated I take part in compulsory hypnotherapy. I thought nothing of the practice, not comprehending how spending time with a horse could help me forget the egghead. Yet the moment I was introduced to the therapy animal, my hopelessness quickly faded away. There was something about that horse, something unnameable that dragged me back to the world I knew before I entered the egghead's nightmare. Perhaps it was the steed's mammoth body, or its heavy breaths that tethered me back to the world of the real. Perhaps it were his gentle eyes that seemed to comprehend my suffering in a way that no one else did. Whatever the reason, there was something magical about that horse, and whatever the nature of that magic was, it made my return to the world of the real much easier. The breathing exercises suddenly start to make sense. Meaning started to sliver into the moments of my talk therapy. Suddenly I found myself to no longer be a mere visitor to the non-digital world, but a man grasping for the ever-approaching sense of belonging in the realm of the real. The doctor still insisted that all my stories of the egghead and the virtual shackles that he once trapped me in were a pure fabulation. Such a feat, according to them, was technologically impossible. A much more reasonable explanation, an explanation heavily supported by my work supervisor who I never heard of, was that I simply had a nervous breakdown and constructed the entire tortured episode through my untethered psyche. At first, I resisted these assertions, but all denial of the egghead's non-existence simply resulted in higher dosages of tranquilizers. The situation felt horribly unfair, and it seemed nigh impossible to reject the undeniable suffering I had gone through. Yet I found solace during my hypnotherapy sessions. The horse understood my suffering, but he also knew a truth that had not yet properly dawned on me. The world was unfair, and sometimes, for our freedom, we would have to lie. As I rode the horse, the words slowly crept into my brain. Attached to that lesson that would help me earn my freedom, there was something else. A quiet and familiar murmur. The words were muffled and incomprehensible, but the voice lingered on the edge of recognition. The murmurs would sneak into my skull with no pattern or regularity, and after a couple attempts to describe them to my therapist, I gave up on exploring them. I simply considered them to be background psychic noise that was making it more difficult to escape the caretakers of the state. I also decided to abandon my insistence that my time spent with the egghead wasn't a byproduct of my imagination. My arms and face bore the signs of my exhibition, and deep inside I knew that the terror I had experienced was no lie, yet eventually I found myself agreeing with my therapist. Every day I lied about the existence of the egghead, and eventually I found it easier to believe that lie than to deal with the cognitive dissonance. The notion of Professor Egghead quickly disappeared from my waking life. The horse not only tethered me to the waking world, but after a couple sessions of the hypnotherapy, I found a realm to which my dreams took me calmer too. I would still find myself in the same forest of dead wood each night, but after each therapy session with the horse, I would find myself stronger and faster than I was the night prior. With a quick burst of speed at the start of the dream, I could delay the siren. Little by little, dream by dream, that gap of silence grew until one night the siren didn't sound at all. Each time I fell asleep, I ran. I ran and I breathed the way the doctors told me to, and if I ever got lonely, I would imagine the horse galloping next to me. He was perfect company. The first month passed by quickly, and the next 2 even quicker. The horse, the breathing exercises, the sort of peace and quiet that only a sanatorium can provide, it all helped me heal. Occasionally, the odd mumbled voice would sneak back into the nether regions of my skull, and I still felt shivers from catching the occasional glimpse of my reflection, but my stay at the Messianic Psychiatric Institute had served its purpose. I was fit to return to society. My doctors agreed, and, eventually, so did the state. I was scheduled to be released in the morning, and I had anticipated my night to be taken up by dreams. Yet in the darkness I was woken by a security guard. He told me that the management had wanted me out early. Bleary-eyed and confused, I was ushered out of my room and given a fresh pair of clothes to change into. I did so under the flashlight of the guard, for he refused to turn on any of the lights. When I finally dressed, I was handed a duffel bag of my possessions, a bus ticket and directions to the nearest bus station. Just past the nearby field. Would be hard to miss. For weeks, I was counting down to the moment I would be allowed to leave the confines of the sanatorium, but I never expected to do so under the cover of night. The gates of the institute provided an island of harsh light, and twinkling off in the distance, I could see the fluorescence of the bus station. The rest of the world was hidden in a starless night. Inside of the duffel bag, I found some hospital-issued toiletries and the clothes I had been wearing when I was first brought in. The shirt and the sweatpants had mercifully been washed, but the cola stains remained soaked into the cloth. Seeing a memory of that terrible time, I found myself uneasy, but it wasn't until I reached deeper into the bag that I had to stifle a scream. Contained within transparent Ziploc bags, there were 2 other items of apparel I had entered the sanatorium with. The headset and the gloves. I was still half asleep and not completely sure about what had transpired, but I knew I had to keep moving to stay sane. Plunging into the darkness didn't help me forget about that tortured reality in the virtual world, and as I moved toward the far-off light of the bus station, the murmur in the back of my skull strengthened enough to make my teeth jitter. The words were still far too muffled to make out, but there was clearly a message being repeated over and over. Without my consent, my mind started to focus onto the murmur. In the darkness, the mumble would slowly sharpen into words. I found myself thinking about Simon and Sally and Professor Egghead. With a deep breath, I forced those thoughts out. If I wanted to conserve my relative sanity, there were certain subjects that I just shouldn't allow my mind to touch. To calm myself, I sat down by the side of the road and practiced one of the mindfulness exercises the doctors had taught me. The bus station was still just a shining box on the horizon, but the sun was far from the sky. I had time to kill, and I spent that time experiencing the world as it came. I focused on the gentle summer wind, on the far-off sound of early birds searching for that elusive worm, on the dew-filled grass my legs were spread out on. I focused and I breathed, and once my mind had calmed enough, I got up and continued my march through the darkness. When a bus station on the horizon grew bigger than my fist, the murmurs started to rumble in my skull once more. I drowned them out by listing off all the things I was grateful for. Chief among them was my freedom. The bus stop was just what one would expect from a rural station near a mental asylum. Small, covered in graffiti, and not particularly informative in a timetable department. The station was remote, and the first rays of sun were just starting to shine through the far-off hills, yet the station wasn't empty. Pale in the fluorescent lights sat a curly-haired man in an ill-fitting suit. "There you are," he said, in a tone of a long-lost friend. "Was getting worried they'd keep you locked up for another couple of months." I'd grown unaccustomed to conversation with strangers during my stay in the sanatorium. It took some effort to force out the words. "Who are you?" "A middleman," he said, brushing the sizable pile of cigarette butts beneath the bench with his muddy loafers. "Your old employer sent me to make sure you were doing well. Are you doing well, Matthew?" He studied my face. The lack of an immediate answer took all the friendliness from his smile. "You see," he said, lighting up another cigarette, "your old employers can't come around and say sorry. They'd love to, but, lawyer stuff. Wouldn't want to make the situation more complicated. They hope that the additional severance package will smooth out any hard feelings and put the entire matter at rest. Wouldn't want to muck around in the technical issues anymore, would we?" His teeth were still showing, but his eyes had gone completely cold. With a shabby suit, the man gave off the impression of a car salesman who's offering up the choice between a lemon and a bullet. He said nothing else and looked nowhere else. The ember of his cigarette slowly crawled down, building an unstable tower of ash. Without thinking about it, I nodded my head yes. Immediately, the joy leaped back into the man's eyes. Delightful! No point crying over spilled milk, or overanalyzing the puddle for that matter. I'm sure you'll find your financial reparation satisfactory. Now, Matthew, I do have to ask again. Are you well? No one has to worry about you making a scene. Do they? I shook my head no. Good. You're young and you seem like a bright fella. I'm sure you'll move on to be right as rain. He tapped Ashy's cigarette, took another puff, and then put the smoke out and threw it on the pile of butts beneath the bench. My employers have a reputation to uphold, and they're not the trusting sorts. You might see me around here and there, but as long as you're not up to anything fishy, you have nothing to worry about. We're all reasonable people here, aren't we? Against the dark stubble, the stranger's teeth shined like pearls. He got off the bus station bench with a long labored grunt and gripped my shoulder like a touchy uncle. I'll see you around, Matthew. Stay smart. With a wink and a smile, the man walked out of the bus station and got into a beat-up station wagon that had until then been obscured by the darkness. The overpowering stench of cheap cologne and cigarettes stuck around the bus station long after the car faded off into the darkness. The sun had crawled past the hills enough to become visible, but from what I could decipher from the arrivals board, I still had 3 hours to kill until the first bus to the city would arrive. For a while, the murmurs in the back of my skull started up again, but I busied myself by reading the impassioned poetry of teenagers in possession of spray paint. When the scrawl of love letters and half-baked political ideology lost its charm, I closed my eyes and meditated. The man in the ill-fitting suit was right. My time in the virtual realm was best forgotten. When I reached the city, I learned that the strange man was right in another department as well. The company had indeed been generous with its severance package. Paying off the damage and cleaning fees that my old security deposit didn't cover suddenly became a negligible sum, as did the down payment for a 2-bedroom apartment on a city's outskirts. Barring a family or a particularly expensive hobby, I could live out the rest of my life unemployed and comfortable. I quite enjoyed this forecast of the future. Once I got settled into my new life, I picked up jogging. About 5 minutes away from my apartment, there was a little nature trail filled up with lush forests and man-made reservoirs. At first it seemed absurd to both spend my nights and my days exhausting my body with long-distance runs, but soon enough I found an odd sort of tranquility in my waking life that mirrored my dreams. Most of my life was a calculated jog, but in that movement, in that control, I found a sense of purpose. The duffel bag filled with VR equipment was stashed away in the darkest corner of my wardrobe, and I spent my days trying to shave off seconds from my running times. For a couple of weeks, my life had attained a predictable and calming pattern. But that pattern didn't last. The descent started slowly. One night, I found the air raid siren sneaking back into my calm jogs through the dead dream forest, and then, in my waking life, I found a strange muffled speech swirling back into the indescribable corners of my skull. I did my best to ignore the incomprehensible speech, yet the psychic intrusion was undeniable. Each night, the glowing circle of blue light moved faster, and each day the murmurs grew more distinct. The voice booming in the back of my skull started to attain an eerie familiarity, and that familiarity would not be denied. I tried to jog and meditate the murmurs away. I even took a trek out to the countryside to visit the stables near the Messianic Psychiatric Institute. Yet nothing helped. Day by day, the murmurs that traveled down my spine got louder, and, night by night, my dreams became more chaotic. My brief moment of relative sanity came to an end one crisp Sunday morning. I had gone out for my jog early that day. The forests were completely empty of any joggers or dog walkers, and the air was far too frigid to suggest they would show up anytime soon. Even though the path was clear, I was moving much slower than usual. The persistent worsening of my dreams had made 8 hours of sleep impossible, and the lack of rest pulled the air from my lungs. All I had to keep me company on my jog was the discomforting rumbling in the back of my skull and my pained wheezing. As I reached one of the reservoirs, however, the sound of a diesel pump and loud conversation cut through my psychic torture. Gathered by the edge of the water wearing matching reflective vests and hard hats, stood a group of men supervising the release of fish into the reservoir. The fish flew out of the nozzle of a massive tanker parked by the edge of the lake, and even though the man operating the machine looked as if he needed help, his colleagues happily chatted and smoked cigarettes with their backs turned to him. The novelty of the sea of scaly bodies being spat out into a foreign world caught my attention for a bit. I even sat down by the edge of the water to take in the sight, but my distraction did not last long. Those murmurs in the back of my skull returned with an unavoidable fervor. With each repetition of the message, the words became clearer and clearer. The voice grew in its eerie familiarity until it could no longer be denied.
The key to defeating the Egghead
Simon's words boomed in my skull.
is to destroy his source of power.
That message. That cursed muffled message that had haunted me for all my days in a world of flesh and bone, it rang out crystal clear as I watched the torrent of fish land in the reservoir. Simon, my friend, the man who had sacrificed himself to help me escape the Egghead's horrid nightmare. He was still alive. He was still alive and he was speaking to me. I might have escaped, but that did not mean the Egghead was no longer a threat. Other people could end up ensnared as I did. Whatever eldritch code had brought the nightmare into existence could still spread further. Simon urged me to return to the realm of the virtual and defeat the Egghead once and for all. It wasn't until one of the neon-clad workers seized my shoulder that I realized I was screaming. That's how badly I wanted to remain deaf to Simon's plea. It didn't work. By the time I got back to my apartment, I had managed to cast doubt about whether Simon was actually communicating with me. A part of me gripped for that long-held idea that the murmurs were just a quirk of my fractured psyche. Another part of my internal monologue allowed for the acceptance of the familiar voice, but questions its origins. Yet I could not deny the thoughts for long. Deep inside I knew that Simon, in some form, was still alive and he was trying to communicate with me. I didn't even know Simon's second name, let alone his whereabouts. Luckily, for all the power that my ex-employers held, their company leaked data like a gigantic sieve. After a couple hours of snooping through the dark side of the internet and a quick trip to pick up gift cards, I managed to secure a complete registry of employee names and addresses from a Russian 16-year-old on the dark web. There weren't many Simons. There was only one Simon J. I spent hours staring at his name and address, caught between the realization that it would just be a 5-hour drive to see what had happened to Simon and memories of the man who threatened me in the bus station. All the while, I could hear Simon's message repeat over and over from the base of my spine.
The key to defeating the Egghead is to destroy his source of power. Whatever trapped you in the simulation, whatever trapped me, it needs to be destroyed.
Sleep did not come easy that night, but when I finally found myself back in a forest of dead trees, there was a renewed energy in my strides. The air raid siren still sang, the curtain of shivering lights still followed me, and the Egghead screams about the futility of my sprint were as loud as they had ever been, but I found a renewed strength of spirit in my run. By the time I awoke in my sweat-stained bed, I knew what had to be done. The drive would have taken about 5 hours in a rented car, but I instead took a bus. I feared that registering a vehicle would catch the attention of the middleman who had threatened me in the bus station, yet the question of how my new arms would fare behind a wheel bothered me much more. Instead of a 5-hour drive, I was condemned to an 8-hour bus ride in a machine that was intimately familiar with the previous century. The walk to Simon's address from the bus station wasn't a long one. What did, however, take an eternity was getting into his apartment unit. Simon's name was still present on the mailbox slots, but it was missing from the unit buzzers. There was a single blank spot in the column of doorbells outside of the apartment complex. Presuming that this was, or used to be, Simon's unit, I rang the buzzer intermittently, hoping for a response. I did not get one. I had hoped I would be able to slip past the front door when one of the tenants was leaving, but my face made that prospect impossible. The scars from the cursed headset had healed, but they had not healed well. Paired with my nailless hands and exhausted eyes, I looked like a monster of modern science. No dog walker would let me pass, and one threatened to call the police if I did not leave. It wasn't until a meek pizza delivery boy was buzzed into the apartment that I managed to enter unobstructed. With some help from the mail slots, I tracked down Simon's old apartment to the 4th floor. The door stayed closed, regardless of how much I rang the doorbell or how hard I knocked. My search for the new occupants of Simon's apartment was fruitless, yet my attempts had caught the attention of the occupants of the apartment across the hall. Shifting my finger to the buzzer below Simon's, I decided to search for answers elsewhere. From the other side of the neighbor's door, I heard a sudden jolt, but no answer to my call came. I pressed the buzzer again, I knocked, I pleaded with the person to open the door and talk to me, yet no response came. My nerves got the better of me and I raised my voice in my inquiries, yet making my demands for answers louder didn't improve my results. The mute door stayed silent. Once, one of the upstairs neighbors yelled something about calling the police. I made a hasty retreat. My fruitless search didn't need to end in an arrest. Unable to get a ride back home until the next day, I found a motel nearby the bus station that wasn't particularly strict about visitors withholding personal information. The room was without windows and the sheets smelled of bleach, yet the exhaustion festering behind my eyes brought sleep quickly. That night I ran, just like I did every night. My feet stumbled through the dead forest and the air raid siren rang with a hollow terror. The blue light burned bright behind me. The air filled with the stench of burning matches, and the unhinged ravings of the professor seized my mind. That night I ran, but my dream didn't end with me waking up in a sweat-drenched bed. The slap knocked the sight out of my eyes. "You're pushing your luck, Matthew. The people that hired me are reasonable, but they get antsy when someone messes with their money." A hairy fist tightened around my collar. It smelled of cigarettes and disinfectant. Slowly, ever so slowly, the cramped motel room crept past my threshold of perception. All that existed of him was an imposing silhouette with bleached teeth. "If it was up to me, if my opinion meant anything, you would have been taken care of while you were in the nut house. Lucky for you, I'm just the middleman. Folks up there feel rotten about what happened to you. They took pity. They gave you a chance to live a comfortable life, and instead of being a good little boy who minds his business, you had to go snoop." Another slap, a harder slap, hit me and rendered the imposing silhouette into static again. Something wet slid its way down my cheek. I wasn't sure if it was blood or tears. "You're messing with money, Matthew. And when people mess with money, they get hurt. They get into real bad accidents. They wander off forest trails. They disappear. You get the drift." The shadow's hand raised for another slap, and I impotently fought the grip around my collar to escape it. Yet the hit never came. "You're lucky," the man finally said, flashing his bright teeth. "You're lucky that my bosses are a bunch of bleeding hearts. They want to feel good about themselves. They want to go to sleep safe and sound knowing that they're the good guys. Good guys don't disappear innocent, do they? They don't. You're right. Are you going to make those bleeding hearts feel bad about themselves, Matthew?" I shook my head, getting drips of blood on the bleach-scented covers. "Good." The grin of teeth in the night grew even wider. "I'll let folks up top know that you've learned your lesson. One last chance, Matthew. You get one last chance. Make the best of it." The mattress cried in a symphony of old wires as the shadow stood up. "I'll be seeing you around, Matthew." Sleep never returned that night. I simply lay in my bed, dripping blood from my scars, trying to figure out what happened. Sleep never returned that night, but once my heartbeat had left my ears and the sleepy terror gave way to lucid dread, Simon's message resumed its echo in my skull.
"The key to defeating the Egghead,"
Simon said, over and over and over again,
"is to destroy his source of power."
When the broken skin on my face was still fresh, I was certain that I would never again try to uncover the mystery of what had happened to Simon. For those early hours of the morning, I was sure that I had learned my lesson, that I would never try to tempt fate or the patience of my keepers ever again. Yet as I stood at the bus station awaiting my ride back home, as I listened to Simon's message over and over and over again, I found myself thinking about that duffel bag hiding deep in my closet.
Matt, if you can hear this, I'm still alive. I'm still inside of the simulation. I don't know how, I don't know why, but I'm still here. I have no body to return to, I'm certain of that, but I'm certain of something else as well. Professor Egghead must be stopped.
The slice of bus station pizza that I brought to satiate my hunger sits on my kitchen table. The food has long gone cold, and its covering of grease is starting to solidify into a viscous film of white. I've not eaten for over a day, and there's a sharp pain in my stomach to remind me of that. Yet instead of picking up this stale-smelling junk food, I take out my phone. My nailless finger disagrees with the touchscreen, but eventually I manage to make my way to a delivery app. I tell myself I'm just getting some groceries, but I know full well that I am preparing for an expedition. With my misshapen thumb, I tick the instant delivery option. I ignore the warnings of surge pricing. I am not a poor man.
Some of my developer tools are still active, and even one look at this Professor Egghead code is enough to make me sick. He's not done. He's trying to spread whatever poison kept us trapped inside of the virtual world as far as he can. You've escaped. I'll make do with my situation, but there's still others. The moment this code hits an active community, hell, even a beta test, there's going to be mass carnage. I've tried contacting corporate. I've tried getting someone to do something about the spreading virus, but it's like talking to a wall. Something must be done. I know it's a lot to ask, Matt, but I promise you I have exhausted all other options. You need to come back. You need to come back to the virtual world and put an end to this madness.
The delivery boy stares at me like I'm a monster. When I see my reflection in the elevator mirror, I don't find myself disagreeing with his judgment. My face is scarred and unshaven. My arms look like they have been ripped off of a corpse. My whole body stands as if animated by some nefarious force. It takes me multiple trips to get all the bottled water and packages of cereal into my apartment, yet the whole unloading affair goes by quicker than the handful of steps needed to reach my closet. It takes even longer for my shaking hands to open the duffel bag.
The key to defeating the Egghead is to destroy his source of power. His touch spreads the corruption, but it's the blue light that is the real danger. Wherever that light is coming from, whatever is holding people trapped in the virtual world, it needs to be destroyed. Disaster is waiting around the corner, and you're the only one that can stop it. Matt, please, do the right thing.
Dried blood and flakes of long dead skin spill out of the virtual reality gloves. They seem tight, far too tight to fit my bloated hands. With one swift motion, however, they wrap around my digits like a second skin. I hold the white headset long enough for doubt to slither into my mind, yet my inner monologue is impossible to follow with Simon's voice booming in my skull. I grit my teeth and don my white crown. The plastic presses up against my scars like a puzzle piece falling into place. Simon's voice goes quiet. I no longer inhabit the body that could hear him. Seasons have gone by, but it only feels like a moment has passed. The tips of my fingers are black once more, and my leg is unwell, and I feel the bruises of past battles flare up all across my body. The zipper of my coat is still melted and torn, and the gunk of the sex sphinx's orifice still covers most of my body. The mucus has dried into thick streaks of yellowed white, and the moment I move my body, they flake off me like long dead skin. I'm back in the virtual office, but it is ruined beyond repair. The plaster on the walls is scratched and dented, and the furniture looks as if it's been nibbled on by sharp little teeth. Beyond the window, the view has changed as well. Long gone is the low polygon parking lot and golden hour sun. All that exists around the virtual office now are blocks of perfectly rendered cement set against the pale snowy sky. I am back in the Soviet hellscape of Professor Egghead's Metaverse adventure. My headset comes off without any resistance, but taking it off still leaves me breathless. The thought of the tenor of danger that I'm exposing myself to strikes me hard enough to reconsider, yet Simon's voice chases it away.
The key to defeating the Egghead,
He says,
is to destroy his source of power.
I take a long drink of water, eat a couple handfuls of cereal, and then urinate. When I return to my living room, I make sure that all of my food and drink could be reached by a man ensnared in a digital world. Simon's ever-repeating plea for help keeps me company as I set up for my expedition. It's not until I enter the Metaverse a second time that I notice her. Her skin has gone gray enough to fit in with the wallpaper, and her hazel eyes are replaced by empty crusted sockets, but her bright smile still remains. I try to remind myself that she's just a collection of code and pixels. Thank you, Sally. I'm sorry it had to be this way, I finally say when the thought of her personhood refuses to depart. Sally's body lays dead in the corner of my office, yet both Simon's corpse and head remain absent. For a while I search for them, hoping that perhaps he is still alive in some shape or form, but I find no evidence to support my claim. The freezing air of the Soviet hellscape is much easier to bear in an Arctic coat than in a t-shirt. I exit the office in high spirits, certain that I will bring an end to the Egghead's reign. My morale dips somewhat when I realize that I managed to obtain an extreme weather coat, but didn't think of getting gloves. My outlook worsens considerably more when I fail to find any recognizable landmarks among the blocks of cement housing. The visions of the apartment blocks nearby the forest from where the blue light came are no different than the memories of any other blocks in the cement coliseums. Each rondel looks like the last one, and I start to wonder whether the simulation isn't just a constantly repeating sea of brutalist architecture. But then, I see a familiar face in the window. An ugly, sickly face of furious eyes and thin features nestled in a woolen scarf. The woman behind the second-story window screams with the same fury she met me with 6 months prior, and her speech remains incomprehensible. Her bony fingers shoot up and point off to the distance, in between the presumed curses she throws at me. I take her crooked finger as a sign, and as a sign it serves. Within a couple minutes, I find myself standing on the outskirts of the housing projects on a road that leads to the dark forest I had seen the first time I entered the simulation. The forest beyond the confines of the city looks healthy and bears no resemblance to the fields of dead trees from my dreams. In the pale lights of an overcast midday sun, however, I start to notice the trees shift. With each step I take, the tall green crowns of the woods start to bend and lose their foliage. The change is imperceptible at first, yet as single steps turn into minutes of journey, my mind is put at ease. The forest is still a ways off, but it's starting to look much more familiar. A sublime confidence festers in my heart. Soon enough I will find the source of the devilish blue light. Soon enough I will fulfill Simon's wish and destroy the source of Professor Egghead's power. My optimism is quickly undone by an unearthly roar in the sky. Lifted by fleshy wings, far too small for its mammoth body, flies a familiar beast of perplexing proportions. Its massive breasts hang from its chest like veiny sandbags, and they reach the ground well before the rest of the monstrosity. The sex sphinx looks just as discomforting as it always did, yet its sideways mouth has been torn asunder and has been transformed into uncountable flaps of maimed skin.
The egg-shaped academic destroyed my flesh to find you. Him and his terrible minions descended upon me because I offered you aid, and what did I get in return? How was my kindness repaid?
The beast booms in a voice much darker, much viler than before.
You disappeared. I traded my aid for an answer to your perplexing riddle, and instead of giving me what was promised, you disappeared.
I'm sorry.
Your apologies are worthless to me, little traveler. I should bring your life to an end right here for making me wait, but unlike you, I am a creature of honor. All I want is an answer to the riddle. I crawl on the iron. I will not stop crawling until I reach the hole. What am I?
My lack of response lights up the creature's puckered eyes. The snow on the ground around me turns to muddy water.
What am I?
The sex sphinx screams. That's not the whole riddle, I say, cautiously, when my lack of response visibly infuriates the sphinx.
What?
That's not the whole riddle. I was waiting for the egghead to leave before I would give you the full version. Would you like to hear the whole riddle now? When I reveal to the sphinx that the riddle was incomplete, its eyes start to sizzle against the skin that encloses them. The monster is furious. It wants me dead. Yet, the moment I offer to tell the whole riddle, the beast calms.
Yes, please.
The flabs of skin barely move. The voice of the beast is gentle to the point of begging.
Never has there been a riddle I couldn't solve. I have thought of nothing else since you've been.
The eyes sharpen. The creature remembers itself. The meaty maw flies open with fury and darkness.
If you do not tell me the riddle this instant, I will punish you for your trickery. Puny traveler, I will fry you like a slab of bacon, and then tear you to shreds if you do not fulfill your end of the bargain. Tell me the riddle at once.
With closed eyes, I search my memory for Simon's voice. I find it. I recite the riddle and pray that the Sphinx will know the answer on its own. I crawl upon the iron. I know no other than my mate. I crawl until I reach my hole. The monster's burning eyes grow placid and dim. Under a tender hum, the strands of flesh that make up its mouth sway like wind chimes. The sex sphinx looks like tranquility personified as it tries to answer the riddle. I do not. I am shaking. The words of the riddle fly through my mind as I try to grasp onto some sort of threads of thought that would lead me to an answer.
I give up.
The sphinx says, almost cheerily. Crawl, iron, mate, crawl, hole, nothing sticks. The words of the riddle float out of my mind and I am left with nothing but fear.
I give up.
The sphinx repeats, its voice growing dark.
I give up and I am ready for the answer to the riddle.
I try to remember the exact words of the riddle, praying for an answer to come to me, but instead I remember something else Simon said.
The key to defeating the Egghead is to destroy his source of power.
A riddle without an answer, dear traveler, is just poetic nonsense.
The sex sphinx says, its eyes tightening into two balls of burning light.
I hope for your sake you have not misled me once more.
Crawl, iron, mate, crawl, hole, the key to defeating the Egghead. My eyes spring wide and my voice cracks. Key! I scream. The answer is key! The puckered skin around the beast's eyes loosens enough for them to almost fall out.
Yeah.
It says, in a voice dipped in rapture,
Yes, it crawls on the metal. It only has one mate. It only fits into one hole. Yes, a key. Oh, little traveler, how you have delighted me.
Standing up on his wrinkled limbs, the creature stretches in pleasure. It continues to purr with satisfaction as its tiny wings begin to flutter. Wait! I yell. Don't go yet! The wings continue to flap, but they flap slower. The sex sphinx regards me with a cold curiosity. I am off to defeat Professor Egghead once and for all, but I cannot do so alone. Will you join me?
Join you? Traveler, do not make me laugh. Moments ago I planned to kill you. The riddle has pleased me mightily. But do not delude yourself into thinking your fortunes have shifted that much. Why would I join you on a quest against the egg-shaped academic?
For revenge?
For revenge!
The creature wheezes and shudders its body in a way that might suggest laughter.
I hold no room in my many hearts for revenge. I only have space for riddles. The professor has, however, maligned me. I will not join you, but aid I will provide.
The The beast's fleshy maw shivers with a sudden intensity. With a gentle yelp from the beast, one of the strands of flesh dislodges from its mouth and falls at my feet. It flops from side to side like a fish struggling for breath and then goes limp. Yellowish pus streaks from the end where it was severed, but eventually the thin strand of flesh turns dry and dormant. What is this?
A weapon, dear traveler. May it serve you well in your fight against the egg-shaped academic. Now I must part, for I have more riddles to pose to those less well-versed than you. So long, dear traveler. May your quest fare well.
Like an aged elephant held up by the wings of a fleshy hummingbird, the sex sphinx rises into the pale, sunless sky. Soon enough, it disappears from sight, but its grisly visage threatens to linger in my memory forever. At first, I don't know what to do with the strand of flesh that was left to me, yet during my walk towards the dead forest, its purpose starts to become clear. It's a whip. I test my newfound weapon as I walk. A couple snaps catch me in the arm and legs, but soon enough, I'm handling the fleshy whip like a wet towel of locker rooms long forgotten. When I finally reach the edge of the forest, the trees are just as crooked and withered as they had been in my dreams. At first, I occupy myself by snapping the whip at the tree branches. The satisfying weight of what splinters at the point of impact brings a certain primal pleasure to my walk. Yet branch by branch and step by step, that feeling of purpose is slowly replaced with discomfort. Even though the sun is nowhere to be found, there is still light in the sky. It's not the air raid siren or flash of blue light that I fear. It's not finding the Egghead source of power. The forest of dead trees stretches beyond me with no end in sight, and the wanton destruction of its tree limbs loosens its charm quickly. I start to wonder whether I will find what I'm looking for, whether I'll be able to fulfill Simon's wishes. I get lost in my thoughts, and my resolve starts to flounder, but I do not stay lost for long. I come upon a clearing. A perfectly spherical place without any trees or shrubs, divided by a moat of water that smells of infected wounds. In the center of the circle sits an imposing cement shack with rusted metal doors. It's nothing about the shack in particular. It isn't a detail or a smell or a muffled sound or anything else that can be described through the confines of human perception. It's nothing about the shack in particular, but somehow it feels inherently wrong. As if a part of my primal brain knew that nothing good will meet me within its confines. My body wants me to lift off the headset and never return, but I know I have found what I have been looking for. I know that I have found Professor Egghead's source of power. Beyond the rusted metal doors, there is but a single hallway lit by flickering fluorescent light. At the end of that hallway sits an elevator panel with a single button. With one hand I clutch the whip of flesh that the sex sphinx gave to me, with the other I summon that elevator. A terrible groan comes from the elevator shaft. A similar discomforting sound comes from my stomach. I feel sick. Somewhere from the depths of my soul, a voice is begging me to turn back, to run, to never return to the virtual world ever again. Yet I know I cannot. Simon is right. The Egghead cannot be allowed to trap others as he trapped me. The inside of the elevator is sleek and modern, yet around the metallic cabin there are tendrils of pink flesh. Like capillaries of a living organism, they stretch from the floor to the roof, gently shivering under the beat of an invisible heart. Looking at them fills me with an unavoidable sense of dread. Much like the indescribable monstrosity I had witnessed in the Hotel Rusalka, the simulation struggles to render the details of the organism. With unease in my heart, I press the elevator's singular button and begin my descent. At times the ride is smooth. At times the cabin of the elevator jitters as if it were encountering resistance. Regardless of the movement, The ride is terribly long, and the deeper the elevator descends, the stronger the discomforting dread in my belly becomes. It isn't until the elevator doors creak open, however, that my horror reaches its zenith. The underground space is enormous and empty. The floor bears the memories of a once great mosaic, yet the individual tiles have been dislodged by the foreign growth of the poorly rendered flesh. The sheer size of the space and its vaulted ceilings immediately bring forth memories of cathedrals, yet where stained glass arts would exist in the house of God, the structure in which I stand only has staircases. The metal stairs pile onto each other like makeshift scaffolding, and both sides of the cathedral-like structure are identical. All across the walls, stretching to over a dozen different levels, there are rows of doors. From each of these doors stem even more strands of distorted flesh that wrap around the railings and steps like parasitic flora. The pink organism stretches its throbbing tentacles from every corner of the cathedral, yet their destination is singular. On the other side of the grand structure, where the pastor's pew would rest where the house of God, sits a ball of flickering blue light. The object is held in a glass box that bends and twists the light into a shine of a sea-colored disco ball, yet when I remove the top of the case, the light is unmistakable from the radiance that has haunted my dreams. Inside of the ball sits a cosmos of incomprehensible shapes and patterns that is dizzying to witness. As perplexing as the shine of the ball is, however, there are two crude handlebars drilled into its sides. With some psychic difficulty, I seize the handlebars and lift the object out of its box. The thing vibrates in my hands on a frequency that makes every bone in my body uncomfortable. "I hope you're right, Simon," I mumble to myself and then slam the object to the ground. It does not break. Instead, the object meets the ground with a dull thud and rolls towards the elevator. The strands of poorly rendered flesh serve as speed bumps for the blue ball's roll until it finally tilts over to the side and rests on one of its handlebars. "Shit," I mumble, somewhat louder. Through the acoustics of the grand room, my voice echoes back to me, lower in tenor and absent of life. The swirling universe of blue seems to be contained in nothing but a thin film of plastic or glass. Yet no matter how hard I slam the object against the ground, its surface does not give. Dejected, I put the object back in its case and try to come up with an alternative method of destroying it. Half-consciously, I remove one of my boots, seize it in my hand, and strike the ball of blue light. The rubber sole of my boot bounces off the sphere, and I find a lot of difficulty keeping my shoeless foot away from the strands of flesh that cover the floor, but my failure instigates another idea. I search the ruined mosaic for a loose tile. When I finally find a slab of stone big enough to crack the Egghead source of power, I am given a terrible fright. When I reach to pick up the tile, one of the strands of mis-simulated flesh leaps for my hand as if to grasp it. I yelp and stumble and reach for my whip. For a second, I fear combat with a foe I cannot comprehend, but luckily, the strands of flesh continue to throb on their own irrespective of my position. Not stepping on strands of pixelated life is a difficult task, and I often fail at it, but I am cautious on my way back to the holding box. I place the ball of blue light back where I found it, take a deep breath, and seize the piece of tile with both hands. I focus all of my energy on the strike and pray with all my might that the ball of blue light will crack. It does not. I try again, and again, and again. I try till my hands are stained with red and the slab of mosaic is no more. As the blood drips down to my feet, the shivering polygons of pink stretch out and press themselves up against it. They're drinking it. I am once again reminded I should have brought gloves. "Fuck!" I yell, frustrated and scared. My outburst is immediately answered by a devilish echo of rage. The screams of "fuck" bounce around the cathedral until finally the air grows quiet once more. Then, from the stillness where nothing exists but my labored breath, another sound arises. Off by the elevator, a gentle thud. Then, a creaking of metal doors being forced apart. For a moment, I am seized with panic, but then all thoughts are drowned out by a rapid war drum of my heart. I unfurl my whip. I prepare for battle. With burning eyes and needle teeth, the creature waddles out of the pried elevator doors. It babbles like a gleeful infant searching for a hug, yet I know the minion's motives are much more sinister. I snap my whip at it. In an instant, the creature ceases to exist. With the crack of a gunshot, the little monstrosity shatters into 1,000 pieces and leaves behind a moist hill of green goop. The pixelated flesh quickly starts to suckle at what is left of the Egghead's minion. I do not watch for long, for my mind is elsewhere. With a flick of the wrist, I snap the whip at the ball of blue light. The crack of the whip causes a flash of light, but the surface of the sphere does not break. I try again, and again, and again. The flashes of light are reassuring, but my progress is not wholly fortuitous. Behind me, I hear more babbling. I hear more babbling and thuds, and the elevator doors behind torn asunder fully. At first, there's only about a dozen little nightmares crawling towards me, and the whip makes quick work of them. But with each minion that dies, 2 more emerge from the elevator. The practice sparring with the dead tree branches proves indispensable, and I fight until sweat soaks my back, yet my resistance comes to an end with a heavy slam in the elevator shaft.
What is all this wrestling about?
Screams a familiar, shrill voice.
Who would dare bring violence into this scientific sanctum?
The babbling imps stop their advance and turn toward their master. With great difficulty and phlegmy wheezes, the egg-shaped nightmare twists himself through the elevator doors. Once he reaches the other side, he straightens his bow tie, adjusts his suspenders, and presses the soul elevator button.
Ah! The goddess of lab beakers smiles upon me today. It is you! The traitor who has kept me from my laboratory for nearly 1,000 years! Oh, I have dreamed of this day! Oh, how I will cherish malatizing your still breathing flesh!
The doors of the elevator shut, and the cabin creaks its way up towards the surface. With my one exit blocked, I turn on my heel and push my entire body weight into a flick of the whip. The fleshy weapon makes contact with the sphere, and the light that the impact produces is great. Yet Professor Egghead's source of power holds firm.
You fool! You idiot! You Roganite! Have you no eyes? Do you not see that you cannot break the container? Have you no brain? Are you incapable of realizing no one can escape the company of Professor Egghead?
Egghead is right. Even though my whip made quick work of his minions, the ball of blue light remains virtually unchanged. Not even a scratch rests on the casing. With Egghead quickly wobbling towards me, I reach up for my headset to exit the simulation. Before I manage to grab my headset, however, the professor snaps his stubby fingers. In a sudden burst of force, a blinding blue light washes through the cathedral. My wrists fall limp and a horrid scream crawls from my throat.
I have devised this invention in the most sensational parts of my scientific brain. No one can destroy it except for me, Professor Egghead, the pilot of the scientific community.
Twirling his mallet in the air, the oval-shaped terror does a little jig. His minions quickly surround him and mimic his disorienting dance moves.
With the help of this grand invention, I will rescue humanity from the Great Integration. The common folk laugh at Professor Egghead and call him too smart for his own good, but when the day of the final experiment comes, it will be I that the unwashed masses will pray to. When the flesh finally consumes the world, it will be I, Professor Egghead, that will preserve man, so that he may live to build libraries once again.
The poorly rendered tendrils of flesh are visibly repulsed by the Egghead. Each wobbling step that he takes sends the pinkish vines that cover the ground retreating in all directions. The Egghead clearly enjoys the fear he inspires and goes out of his way to frighten the pixelated organism further. I use this moment of distraction to crack my whip. The hit cracks directly against the Egghead's massive forehead, but his body is scarcely put off balance.
You ape! Have they not taught you about my heroic deeds on the evening news?
The creature growls, with yellowed spit gathering at its sickly lips.
I have once traveled to the moon nude just to collect space rocks. My body is hardened by knowledge and fortified by industriousness. Professor Egghead's shell sits at the top of the periodic table, and all of the elements quiver in fear at its formidability.
Simon, I yell, seizing the ball of light by one of its handlebars. I found the Egghead's source of power, but I can't destroy it. If you can hear me, help!
There is no more Simon!
The Egghead screams, stomping his stubby feet against the crumbled mosaic.
He has been malatized. He will never come to your aid again. You are to come with me and help me research the perplexing flesh, or you are to be malatized as well.
No voice rumbles in my ears. No phone booth appears. No help arrives. So I just run. Gripping the ball of blue light in one hand, I sprint towards one of the cathedral wings to circumvent the Egghead. The professor stands still, swinging his mallet with his stunted arms, but his minions follow me at a breakneck speed. Even past my jeans, I can feel the heat of their burning eyes. The ball of light is far too heavy to outrun them. Before the wobbling minions can catch me, however, a loud crash shakes the cathedral. In a split second before the collision, I see Professor Egghead flying at me with his mallet. I duck below his weapon and keep on running. Behind me, I hear the wail of metal torn off balance, followed by a symphony of clangor. Both the Egghead and his minions are quickly buried beneath a collapsed staircase. As monstrosity digs its way out of the jagged metal, I slam the elevator button. The cabin grows across the elevator shaft, but it moves far too slow to escape the Egghead.
Gravity is a cruel mistress, but she seldom punishes a scientist twice. The offer to become my scientific partner has been revoked for the final time. Now come to the moment of your mallet.
Before the Egghead has a chance to leap, I lash at him with the whip. The fleshy weapon wraps itself around his meaty legs. The creature meets the ground with an impotent thud. With a seething rage on his face, the Egghead rolls from side to side.
I have fallen and I can't get up. Minions, to my aid!
The rustling beneath the collapsed staircase intensifies, but the minions do not present themselves.
By the grey hairs in Copernicus's beard, you are useless! Must I do everything myself?
The Egghead twitches one of his legs. His limbs are comically short, but the power he hides in them is immense. Immediately, the whip flies out of my hands and wraps tighter around the monstrosity's calves. Once I am disarmed, the Egghead rolls at me with the speed of a bullet train. The elevator doors are shut. With no other option, I leap out of the way and run. The Egghead hits the wall of the cathedral at full speed, but his eggshell stays intact. With his stubby fingers, he frees his body of the whip and casts it aside like a piece of trash. Behind him, the elevator dings and its doors open, and for a moment I consider how I could dash inside of it. But with a swift motion, the Egghead tears the control panel off the wall. The elevator plunges even deeper into the earth.
No one!
The professor says, wiping sweat from his grayish brow.
No one can escape the company of Professor Egghead!
After much rustling, one of the Egghead's minions emerges from the heap of broken metal. The little creature scurries towards the Egghead's mallet, picks it up, and then rushes over to its master. In return for its service, the Egghead kicks it.
This is the end of your adventure. Before I dispose of you, I will give you a moment to think of your favorite equation.
I grip both handles of the ball of blue light and pray.
The moment is over.
The Egghead says, his voice full of sulfur.
Time for the mallet.
He swings his mallet. I raise the ball of blue light above my head. The sound of the impact is like a thunder strike in a tunnel. A rush of directionless motion. For what feels both like an instant and like a lifetime, I am caught in a wave of force that seeps the air from my lungs and throws me to and fro and sideways. When I finally come to, I find myself lying face down on the sharp tiles of a broken mosaic. At first, my vision blurs and I struggle for breath. With the wind knocked out of me, my lungs contest with the virtual atmosphere. When my gullet finally relaxes, the first breath of oxygen I take in serves as righteous fuel for a cry of victory. Fuck yeah, I roar as loud as I can. Yes, yes, yes! My joy echoes around the cathedral with such force that I do not feel alone. I dance and scream and revel in the booming company of my own voice. I celebrate with the intensity of a cave dweller who had just killed a saber-toothed tiger. The ball of blue light lays broken on the floor, its contents nowhere to be found, and the egghead is no more. His mallet has turned into splintered wood and his clothes have been burnt off. All that remains of the grotesque tyrant is a charred oval shape blanketed in streaks of cracks. Even his minions seem to have met their end beneath the collapsed staircase. Nothing but green goop remains of them. Their remnants are quickly seized and consumed by the pixelated flesh. "Simon!" I yell, once I'm too out of breath to continue my celebratory dance. "If you can hear me, I did it. I defeated the egghead. I destroyed the source of power. Everyone's safe now." No response rumbles through my skull, and I'm left alone with the echoes of my celebrations. As my words finish their bounce across the halls, I cross over to the elevator, pick up my whip, and then force the metal doors open. It's far too dark to see the cabin below, and the top of the shaft is just a twinkle of distant light. My situation, however, isn't completely hopeless. The scaffolding, I think. If I can get the scaffolding into the elevator shaft, I'll be able to climb up. Out of the jagged mess of metal, I dig out the main section of the stairwell that is nearly as steep as a ladder. I manage to drag the metal to the elevator shaft. The doorway is large enough to have the steps pulled through, yet my body is far too exhausted to continue. Tired, but still in good spirits, I take a seat on the glass casing that once held the professor's source of power. Looking at the egghead's charred corpse gives me some pleasure, yet the pleasure is quickly replaced with terror. The pixelated organism that has consumed the cathedral avoided the egg-shaped scientist with visible fear, but the circle of empty tile around his corpse starts to close in with shivering life. The first strand of poorly rendered pink that touches the professor's body serves as a scout. The moment it slithers into the cracked corpse, the other strands quickly follow. The pixelated flesh from all across the cathedral quickly starts to congregate around the egghead's charred body. The doors that cover the grand hall creak open, and even more shivering tendrils of poorly rendered life make its way towards the blackened egg from the rooms above. "Shit," I say, noticing the discomforting twine crawling from the elevator shaft. As the flesh fills the egghead's empty eye sockets, it sheds its blurriness and sharpens into an object of pure horror. Covered in veins and bloated with blood, the egghead's new eyes search the room as two separate entities.
We.
The creature starts to babble with teeth made of flesh.
Us.
I grab my whip and crack it directly at the beast's eye, hoping to pop it like a grape. The tip of the whip meets the reanimated egghead with an impotent wet slap, and then stays embedded into the perplexing flesh.
We.
The creature continues to babble in 100 voices.
Us. We consume. We become. We control. We. Egghead. Knowledge. Science. Us.
The whip slips from my hands and is sucked into the terrifying mass of flesh that was once the egghead. With the visage of the flesh sharpened and unobscured, I find my body sweating with terror. The sight of the bloating pulp brings tears to my eyes. Something about that corrupted visage is undeniably wrong, as if it were a summation of all that is evil.
We all touch, all join, all become us.
The loathsome abomination chants as strands of flesh harden into limbs.
You, us, we. us become.
Unlike the Egghead's stubby limbs, the beast of flesh has arms which are not constrained by skin. They shiver and pulse and stretch out towards me. In an impotent panic, I reach up for my headset, but my wrists go limp once more. Slowly, ever so slowly, I back up away from the creature, hoping that it won't register my gentle movements. It does.
Come, come, come. You, us, we, become, come, come. Join we, become us.
With my back against the wall, all I can do is scream. I scream for Simon, for Sally. I even scream for the sex sphinx to aid me, but my pleas are drowned out by the abhorrent monstrosity's chants.
We, always us, always spread, always control, us, indestructible, incorruptible, knowledge, join.
The horror grows and grows until my heart gives out. I cannot look at it. I cannot bear to stand witness to this affront to God. With my eyes shut and the terrible tendrils of the abomination inches away from my face, I almost accept my fate. Almost. My hand brushes up against the handle. Without even being fully certain of where the door leads, I grip it and pry it open. With all the hope in my heart, I beg the universe to obstruct my view of the incomprehensible horror, but to my dismay, the door is made of clear glass. I still see the unspeakable monstrosity writhe before me, but not all is lost. I see something else. I see a coin slot and a dialing pad. "Thank you, Simon," I wheeze as I press the phone to my ear. The terror disappears from sight, but its memory promises to haunt me till my dying breath. The sound of children playing is the first thing that cuts past my threshold of perception. Someone carrying a boombox, playing a familiar song from the 90s that I can't quite place, rides by on a pair of roller skates. The air smells of fresh cut grass. Out of my tear-filled eyes, I start to pick out the edges of objects. I'm sitting on a bench. There is a lush green park in front of me. Beyond that park, fantastic skyscrapers reach out towards the bright summer sun. A woman in a red dress that outlines every luscious curve of her body saunters by. She spares me a seductive glance as she passes by the bench. Her face is far too symmetric to be human, yet her beauty still provides a momentary distraction from the horrors I have witnessed.
You did it.
The man's voice is hoarse, as if he were a lifelong smoker ready to be plugged into life support, or was being actively choked. The stranger sits down next to me on the bench.
You destroyed Eggman's source of power.
I do not recognize the man. His face is hawkish with long black hair and partially covered with a long woolen scarf. The dark trench coat he wears looks pried from the 80s, and his polished combat boots are straight from a heavy metal clothing catalog. I've never seen the man in my life, but his voice sounds ever so slightly familiar. Simon?
The one and only.
My friend grins.
Thanks for coming back, Matt.
1,000 questions rush into my mind and tie my tongue into knots. All nuance drains from my speech or thought. How are you alive? Simon unties his scarf from around his neck, revealing a menagerie of shining staples connecting his head to his torso.
Woke up once the Eggman and his little helpers left. Took a page out of our friend Sally's book and voila! Headless tech nerd. Managed to dig through some simulations and found, well, this. Seemed like a nice place to lay low, so I stayed.
The cityscape shines around us, clean and bright and perfect. On the observation deck of one of the skyscrapers, an ant of a human excitedly waves at me. I wave back, unsure of what to think.
When you destroyed the Egghead, the whole simulation started to shut down. I've studied the code for months, but, well,
still couldn't find any rhyme or reason to it. Sorry it took so long to get you out. Better late than never, I say. Are you, still alive? No, Simon says, matter-of-factly, rewrapping a scarf. I've been visiting some of the darker corners of the internet through the simulation. About 2 weeks after everything went down, I found a picture of my living room with my headless corpse behind a computer. Looks like a crime scene photo. People use it as a reaction image if something is really awesome, so that's nice. I'm sorry, I say. Simon shrugs. World outside wasn't looking that great anyway. Better here than dancing underground and fighting robots, right? I return a shrug. Beyond us, the simulation of the park continues ticking along with joggers and cyclists and joyous children gripping the hands of their grandparents. What about... I find my voice quivering. I cannot think about the being of horrid flesh without my throat seizing up and my eyes filling with tears. That thing, after Egghead had died, that abomination? Separate simulation file. Markarov Experiment 1. No idea what it was, but I know it's gone now. I flinch as he places his hand on my shoulder. It's gone. Nothing to worry about. I sigh, trying to believe my friend's words. Okay, I say, not really convinced. Hey, you want to see something cool? With theatrical flair, Simon gets off the bench. Instead of standing on the gravel path, however, Simon's feet float 5 or so inches off the ground. With a wave of his hands, he floats even higher. Flying! You can fly here! Cool, huh? Cool, I say, still somewhat haunted by the visions of the beast of flesh. Want me to teach you how to fly? Simon asks, grinning. I'd, rather go home. I reach up for my headset and my wrists go limp. Simon's smile loosens, but there's understanding in his voice. Right, he says, moving his fingers like a piano player without an instrument. Excuse my social graces, it's been a while since I've spoken to anyone. And there, you should be free to leave now. His feet touch the ground once more, and he slaps me on the back. You go enjoy the real world, but, well, you're always welcome to drop by. It's fun and all hanging around here, but a little human company wouldn't hurt. I'll come back, I say, and I mean it. See you soon, Matt. Likewise, Simon. The VR headset slides off my face without a hitch. Getting the gloves off my misshapen arms is somewhat more difficult, but after a couple of tugs, they relent. I find myself back in my humble apartment, alive and well. The beast of flesh stays stuck to my train of thought, but with a little bit of meditation and some breathing exercises, its terrible visage loses some of its sharpness. I wonder whether I'll ever dream of the Egghead again. I wonder whether I'll ever be truly able to forget what horror I had witnessed in the Metaverse. Most of all, however, I wonder what I'll be eating for dinner. My appetite returns after months of absence. It brings with it a feeling of normalcy, which I haven't felt for a long, long time. The boxes of cereal I have stocked myself with in case of being trapped in a realm of the virtual will not do for a victory feast. To reward myself for the ordeal I had undertaken, I decide to get burgers from Pavel's Bistro. As I put my coat and gather my keys, a sense of joy starts to worm itself into my heart. The Egghead is gone. The simulation that had brought me to the brink of insanity has been terminated. I can now live out my days in peace and relative wealth. For the first time in a long time, I find a smile on my lips. Before I leave the house, just as the doctors at the Messianic Psychiatric Institute taught me to do, I list off the things I'm grateful for. I'm grateful that the flesh monster can't reach me in the realm of the real. I'm grateful that Professor Egghead has been destroyed, but most of all, I am grateful that I am finally free. That smile on my lips turns into a grin. I get ready to face my new life with a positive attitude. I get ready to prosper in a new world of freedom. My positive attitude dissipates the moment the door opens. "Sorry, Matthew," the man in the ill-fitting suit says. "You were warned twice. You never mess with the money. Now it's time to face the consequences." Before I can scream for help, he hits me square in the nose. The punch comes in with the force of a speeding train, and for a moment I am certain I can hear the rattling of coins in his fist. The fixer catches me before I hit the ground. A stinging pain travels up my wrist and bounces through my bloodstream like a piece of broken glass. I open my mouth to yell, but only manage to get spittle on myself. The pain shooting through my body reaches an unbearable degree and then quickly descends into numbness.
You don't mess with the money, kid. You never mess with the money.
The last thing I perceive before I lose consciousness is the smell of cigarettes tinged with mouthwash. A part of my face itches with the sensation of scar tissue healing, and the other sticks wetly to the burlap sack over my head. I'm lying on leather upholstery with a blanket pulled over the length of my body. Past the rushing blood in my ears, I hear the engine of an old station wagon. Every bump in the road feels like a brutal rearrangement of my internal organs, and the hum of the engine feels like it's coming from inside of my chest. The numbness fades from my limbs, and the constraints around my hands and feet make themselves known. They are far too tight to break out of.
I've met a lot of lucky guys in my line of work, Matthew. A lot of lucky guys. Not as lucky as you, though.
The sedatives in my system render his voice low and distant, but I can still recognize the fixer speaking to me.
First time around, the idea of knocking you off was sacrilege. What sort of corporate culture would kill an innocent man? Let's just make it look like a work accident caused by human error and pay him off to stay quiet. Aces. They give you a second chance at life with a free pair of arms to boot. What do? You stab them in the back and go snooping around. But oh no, his friend is dead. It's only natural that he would be curious. Let's give him a stern warning and a second chance. Not the way I would run the show, but I'm an outside contractor. Who am I to judge? A couple of slaps and some stern words ought to set the fella on the right course. Third time around though? Oh boy. You even had the bleeding hearts tearing their hair out. He is a threat to corporate integrity and day-to-day operations, but we are not murderers. Let's just keep a close eye on the boy. Let's revoke his hallway privileges and put him out on a long time out.
The car skids to a stop, and the man slams the horn. Before we start moving again, the fixer yells something about Sunday drivers. There are other people around us. We're somewhere on a public road. My tongue feels like a foreign object lodged inside of my mouth, but my will to survive is too strong to ignore. "Help!" I yell. "Help me! I'm being abducted by a corpo—" A dull hit to my face sends me crashing down onto the seat. In an instant, a familiar lightning bolt of discomfort spreads up my arms to the rest of my body.
You're a lucky guy, Matthew. But everyone's luck runs out eventually.
There's no windows in my room. All my new living quarters contain are a sink, a toilet, a small table, and a chair, and a bed that's more comfortable than anything I ever slept on before. When I wake, there's a plate of chicken and mashed potatoes on the table. When the sedatives finally leave me enough to maintain balance, I slam on the door and demand I be released. No one answers me. I scream for hours and no one answers me. I do my best to avoid the food on the table, but eventually the pain in my stomach becomes unavoidable. I dig into the food. It's delicious. Once I finish my meal, I try screaming some more, but I quickly find myself drowsy. At first, the thought that further tranquilizers were mixed into my meal feels overly paranoid, but when my knees start to buckle, I accept it as fact. It's not long after I lay down on the memory foam mattress that she enters. She's young and wears glasses, and that is all I can make out of her face in my delirium. She explains to me, with a tone almost approaching an apology but never quite reaching it, that the board has decided the information I have about the company is too valuable to be left unattended. My physical body must be constrained for the good of the investors, she says. But there is a whole world of virtual experiences I will have access to before regular customers. When I wake from my drug-induced slumber, I find a familiar white crown and a pair of gloves on my table next to my breakfast.
Bastards, he says when I finish my story. One day they'll get what's coming to them. Someone is going to leak everything that happened to you online, and there's no way they can cover all of their tracks. Hell, I might even make an appearance in whatever Pulitzer-winning journalist cracks the story.
We sit in a cafe where waiters dress like butlers and a cheesecake tastes like a full-body orgasm. Everyone around us is in formal wear and seems to be chatting about Victorian literature and critiques of Fukuyama's End of History. Simon is still dressed like a reject supporting character from The Matrix, and I'm wearing clean jeans and a dress shirt I stole from a storefront.
We'll burn the company to the ground. Trust me.
Simon's cigarette hisses as he drops it in the coffee cup of a passing waiter. Can we do that? I ask. He shrugs.
We'll find a way. It's not like we're short on time.
With that, he gets up and walks over to a nearby window. He opens it, letting in a gust of wind that sends napkins flying all across the cafe. None of the distinguished guests react to the disorder. They're not programmed to react.
For the time being, though,
Simon says, leaning his body out across the city streets.
How about I teach you how to fly?
The shining lights of the metropolis beyond the window are beautiful. They are much more beautiful from a bird's eye point of view.